Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is June 5th, and this here is the viewer level stream that I do every week. Howdy, hello. How y'all doing? It's a little late tonight on account of Jeff Keighleys' big yearly event just finished airing, so I took a minute to unlike previous years, I actually watched it this year, so y'all don't have to tell me what happened during it. A lot of nothing. Great. Now I know, and we can talk about it later. Great. I see a lot of people have been playing my levels since the last time I looked. Fantastic. I'm gonna load up a random one. Just randomly. So we can, look at something nice. How y'all doing? It has been most of a week since the last time I streamed, and I've had a nice week. I'll say I've had a very nice week. Game award season has started. Not game award season, the other season. Not E3 season has started. There's been some gaming news happening last few days. It's been nice, and also, we continue to be in the midst of a bunch of real fucking big games all coming out, one after another, which continues to be a damn good time, continues to be pretty fun. It's nice to have things to play when not on air, not on stream, etc., etc. I've been playing a bunch. We'll talk about it as we get into tonight. We're in, it's a viewer level stream. I'm gonna play y'all's levels, and it's gonna be a good time. That about sums it up. I don't really have that much else to say up front, other than, like, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. Like I said, I had a nice week. I've been playing a lot of games, been watching a lot of stuff. There's been news that's been interesting. And all this and more tonight during this stream we'll cover, as I do every week on stream. Okay. That's pretty much all we need to say up front, isn't it? That's pretty much it. That pretty much covers it nice and neat. Let's get into this. This is Viewer Levels proper. If you don't know how this works, let me tell you, for those who are new or who otherwise need a reminder. The way that this works is if you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes, plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I will still play the level. But I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between playing more levels, which I think is fun, and prioritizing the viewers who are present, which is, good policy. Usually say that in the opposite order, because ending on the fun factor of it, I feel like it's a better, way to broach it, a better way to explain, a better statement. Rock Party. Oh shit! Hey, there's our Asbroy rating with a party of 5. Hell yeah! Thank you for that. Let me hit you up with the old shout out. There you go. And I will they were also playing Mario Maker 2. I'll drop a follow myself. A French channel? Okay. I see a French channel. Okay, well, I don't speak French, so that's a concern as far as that. But hey, if you're down to listen to some English speaking, and you can always submit, I'll say, like, there's been plenty of Japanese viewers throughout the years. Give an example code, because I want to submit a level. Give an example code. You just do !add and then your code gleaming eyes. Good luck with that. How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the follow also. Thank you for that. I was about to say, before we get into this first level tonight, Rock Party has submitted this particular level, this particular maker code, which belongs to Grand Pooh Bear, a good number of times. We have been trying to beat this level for like since the start of the year, basically. And last stream, we got to a room that we've never been to before, so exciting. You know, some progress was made relatively recently. But, will we reproduce that progress tonight? Let's find out. We got 12 minutes to do so, plus 5 last tries. It's like I said before, it's how this thing works. And, yeah. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Let's do this. Let's do this. The first room. I'll say I've been playing this a good amount. I played this a good amount of times, so I know. Can you only submit one? That's a good question. The way that it works is you can submit one at a time. And once your level comes up, you can submit another one after it's played. And, you know, so long as the queue is open, just you know, continue getting in there and circling around. And currently the queue is very small. Just 3 levels. Wow. Get in there now, folks. Now's the time. While there's no line. It is about 6:30 right now on account of the late start that we had tonight. 6:30 Central Time. I mean... Okay, submit one then. Submit one. Go ahead. Yeah. I will say the lightning round. Let's start that around. Ooh. Let's give this a little time. Let's say 8:15. 8:15 Central Time. So like 2 hours from now. Can I share with you my super world? Can I share you my super world? It's chilling at decreasing difficulty. Sure, yes, you can do whatever you want, Keizo. The way that it works is that we will do one level at a time, so keep that in mind, but you can keep getting in there and you'll keep on getting levels one go round at a time. And eventually there will be, you know, right now we're doing 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, but later on, we'll just have limited lives to go through levels, at which point the speed with which we go through the queue will increase somewhat, I will say. Somewhat increase. Thank you, Gleaming Eyes. Keizo, do an exclamation point add and then the code. Again, and look at what Gleaming Eyes did on the YouTube side. And do that. Or look at the pinned message. There you go, you got it. Excellent, okay. Okay, we so far have not gotten close to that new area. And in fact, I've been flubbing it on the first screen a good number of times. But hey, we got 9 more minutes. And we got 5 tries after that. You know, who knows what happens. What's up with y'all? What's going on? I got a whole slate of things that I mean to talk about as this stream goes on, but let's take this first level and maybe relax a bit. We don't have to rush into any given topic. We don't have to rush into starting to talk about the not E3 Summer Games Fest season news and things of that nature. We can relax and just, you know, fall into lava for 8 minutes. Maybe we should. Maybe we should at least just start talking about the first piece of news. Actually, you know what? I don't think this one is Summer Games Fest related. This is actually... Hey, happy day after Donkey Kong 64 NSA Day for those who celebrate. Hey, this has been happy news of the last couple weeks. And, Donkey Kong 64 finally getting onto Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack service, the Nintendo 64 Classic Collection, as it is currently called. It is finally up there. And, that's great, but also, like, low-key, it seems like it's a pretty good fucking version of, DK64. It seems like they've done a hell of a job. I've seen screenshots, I've seen video comparisons, And basically it looks like A, a lot better than the Wii U version as far as like brightness, as far as like clarity, etc. And B, they've done apparently some stuff to like make some crap more playable in this version. I don't know what the deal was, but it sounds like... I saw a comparison of like one of the mini games, right? The mini game where the lights turn off and on and you have to shoot the golden bananas, and apparently it is much, much, much harder in the Wii U version. And I don't know like how that compares to the N64 version. Maybe it's a matter of like, oh, that version removed all the lag, and that made it so that the timing is like super tight. And they've, as such, fixed it in this new release. And I also hear that they've decreased the speed of the Crystal Caves beetle by 85 to 85%, which seems like a real fucking godsend as far as like, oh my god, the last 20 years I've ever, you know, gone up against that guy, it's been a nightmare, that Crystal Caves motherfucker. And maybe the thing is just like, oh, you know, if you were playing it on actual hardware, you would find that it's pretty laggy and that compensates for its speed. But if you're playing it on modern day emulation or like Wii U or whatever, it's just been 15% too fast, it turns out. Maybe. Or maybe they're just being nice. Either way, I'm happy about that, given that I have committed to playing through DK64 101% following birthday sub goals last month. After hitting an extraordinarily high amount of subs, including bits and other things, other contributions, well, yeah, we are on the hook for doing 101%, so I'm gonna have to beat that fucking beetle, and I am so happy to hear that they have taken the edge off a little bit. Maybe they've made it doable for the first time since the actual hardware. I don't know. I also am going to have to beat DK64 Arcade, which will also be fun. I wonder how this stuff all compares to like modern emulators, you know, and like if you use like Yep, I will play your Super Word Gleaming Eyes when you come up, absolutely, absolutely. Hey, Maxima. It was made near the time of your B-Day. My B-Day was relatively recent as well. Actually, I don't know if you're saying that your B-Day was close. Maybe this was months ago when you made it. Maybe there'll be an obvious reason why we would, yeah. Anyway, I'm happy. When the birthday sub goal happened last month, the wording was, we will do DK64 whenever it happens to go on NSO, and I'll just say I did not expect that to be so immediate. I did not expect to immediately be like facing the consequences of the commitments I made quite so soon after making those commitments. But hey, that's fun, that's funny, and we'll be playing DK64 very soon. I'll say I just finished the first part of Sonic 06, and between that playthrough and this DK64, I'm gonna be taking a week to relax and enjoy not having a playthrough, at which point we'll be, you know, I like to take a week's break between playthroughs, you know. So it'll be like in a week and a half when DK64 starts, but I'm excited, and yeah, it's gonna be hell, isn't it? I wonder how long it's going to take me. I wonder how long I can do it. I'll say I've never actually beaten vanilla-style DK64. As a kid, I could never get past DK Arcade, and as an adult, well, I've only mostly played the randomizer, which makes it so that you can just have it be like, yeah, 40 bananas, and you don't need, you know, I've never done more than like 100 bananas in DK64 randomizer. How can you check your code? If you want to check your code, put it into your own game, I guess, on your own side. That makes sense to me. Hello, the I'm trying to read. The E2 and G. I don't know how you pronounce that. Maybe it'll be more obvious when it's all in one line. Or is it the E2 Tuintel? I don't know. How you doing? I'm happy to see new folks, new faces, etc., etc. Yeah, DK64, excited about that. I hope that y'all who are getting into it now enjoy yourself. DK64 might be an acquired taste. I feel like, you know, it is definitely a taste that I soured on for, like, probably a decade or two in between, like, playing it as a kid and loving the hell out of it and becoming a teenager and then going like, ooh, you know, I think I had it wrong. DK64 is too bloated, too samey, too, monotonous. And then eventually, you know, seeing DK64 randomizer and that sort of like reinvigorating my appreciation of DK64. I'm much more in the middle now versus like, you know, greatest game of all time when I was 9 versus like when I was 14, going like, I don't know, this is crap, garbage, the worst of the 3D platformers I played on the N64. Bleh. I like Glover better. I mean, I still think I like Glover better, but there's definitely worse. There's definitely a lot worse you can do for N64 3D platformers. Okay. Okay. Woo. Yeah. Okay. We're getting close to that part again. The thing about that last bit that's hard is not just getting onto the thwomp and then getting into the pipe. The fact is, if you are too slow and the thwomp starts moving too late, you won't be able to get into the pipe because the lava will catch you before the thing does, before you are able to enter the pipe. Let alone, you might end up with a face full of mole. And as far as I can tell, that might be it might be disqualifying. You might need that to survive. Yeah. 5 tries are left. Let's do this. Here we go. Yeah. And there's the first. 5 tries are left, and then we'll get to the rest of everyone's levels. There's a bunch in queue. Let's say 8:30. Let's aim for 8:30 for lightning round, actually. I think let's make this a nice, long, meaty first segment. Considering that these streams tend to go for like 4 hours. We can spend 2 of them in not the lightning round, and then spend the second half in lightning round. That makes perfect sense to me. I think is a good way to balance this whole everything. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Things, I'll say, as far as like how my life is going, things have been pretty slow since I was laid off like a month ago. In fact, now I now have gotten to the point where my severance weeks are technically over, I guess, so now I can apply for unemployment and get that whole shit going just as soon as I start documenting that shit or whatever. So that's fun. You know, it's shitty, it sucks, but what are you gonna do? The whole fucking world is going to shit. Burning, in various crises. You know, the best I think anyone can do is wait it out and hope for the best, and, you know, if you can get something, hang on to it with both hands, you know? But, like, I think I can hold out until impeachment. That is my hope. And, you know, we'll see when that happens. We'll see when that happens. and we'll just hope that the world gets better then. Slash, whenever the AI bubble pops, those are the two things that need to happen. We need to get better leadership so that jobs can come back, and AI needs to fuck off so that engineers can be, you know, hired again. Fucked up time, you know, to be a human who needs to, you know, money. But, I'm doing alright, and honestly, part of me is just like, man, I could use a big long fucking break from all this bullshit. You know, I could use a breather. Last time I was between jobs, I was just, you know, boogieing. I was just like right on to the next thing. Ooh. No bad words. What if a kid is watching? Kids have heard worse, A, and B, I can't, I'm not gonna change the way I talk on account of hypotheticals, or even patheticals, even if there was. You know, last week, my ma was like, oh, nephew, 2-year-old is watching, and I did not change a fucking thing. You know, it is what it is, the content is what it is. Hello, Z-Type. You got the ad, you got the exclamation point on the wrong side, A, and B, you have to have it at the start of the message. I could add it on your behalf if you wanted, but take a crack at it. Scroll up, have a look at the pinned message. I think you can figure it out. Thank you, Rock Party. That's it. That's it for this submission. Let's go. We did not make so much progress compared to last time, but hey, it is what it is. Here, let me help you with that, Zype. Did I say Z-Type? I don't know why I added a Z in there, but whatever. Let me just... I can add it on your behalf. Watch this. You just have to put in your name, and then the code. And then... voila! You are added to the queue. At least you should be, I think. Do that, bots. There you go, see? It worked. It's perfect. I can add it on your behalf through the YouTube bot. Isn't that lovely? Thank you, Rock Party. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and then we'll see the next level. It is 06i. 06i, go ahead and confirm. Let me drink a drink of my water, and then we'll pull another. There's 06i. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh, for the Twitch follow. I appreciate that one as well. I appreciate all of the follows. I appreciate it every time, no matter what. Here's another card. Did y'all see the the Toy Story games collection is happening? It got announced. Whatever. Yeah, if you didn't see, they announced a Toy Story retro game collection of like a bunch of various Toy Story games, basically all the platforms that Toy Story 1, 2, 3 were on, and I think also a remake of 3. I never played Toy Story 3 myself, but personally, I had Toy Story 2 on the N64, and even, like, I don't know if y'all remember, before I ended up committing to Sonic 06 as part of the birthday sub-goals, I had it on the docket. I had it planned that we would do Toy Story 2 for N64 as a full playthrough. We were gonna do that, like, this week, but instead Sonic, like, the week before. But instead Sonic 06 started. Interesting to see it actually get announced and re-released in that way. I've been kind of wondering, like, hey, does anyone remember Toy Story 2 as a 3D platformer? Is that a fun N64 childhood 3D platformer for anyone else? And apparently the answer is, you know, Disney hopes so, because they're putting it out and they expect people to buy it. And I guess I might, I don't know. I'll say, like, I never played Toy Story 3, and I saw one YouTuber who was, like, reporting on the news or something. They were saying, like, oh, Toy Story 3 was actually better than Toy Story 2, which kind of surprised me. I didn't know that, I didn't know it was a thing, I never heard about it, and it kind of interests me. If it's like at all similar to Toy Story 2, it's probably not. It's probably like 5-10 years later. What platform was Toy Story 3? Was that, what year was that even? I don't know if that was like 360 or Xbox Classic or whatever, but that's a very interesting package, and I'm very interested in that. Part of me does wish that like games like that could just come out on N64 online, but whatever, man. They're getting released. I'll take what I could get, I guess. I don't know. You've got to play Conker's Bad Fur Day, says Zype. Ha! Small aside before we get into this level. I mean, I have played Conker's Bad Fur Day and also Conker Live and Reloaded. I played both of them on stream last year, Zype. In fact, today's YouTube shorts were of Conker Live and Reloaded. I put up 2 Conker Live and Reloaded shorts today, by sheer coincidence. One was of me reacting to the fact that they censored some words in the Great Mighty Pooh's song, and that short did pretty well, apparently. Okay, fuck! What are we doing? Very, very funny coincidence that you should say that, because I'm on it. I really did it. And more content is coming on that front. Cool. Okay, I see what we're doing here. We gotta not touch the pea balloons, and apparently there's this whole behavior that I didn't know about where pea balloons like spiral and get. I guess this is like what happens when they're in the weird night. I guess this is what happens when they're in the weird night. Yes, this is the night plane. Anyway, we gotta dodge them. I've never seen pea balloons in night plane, let alone a setup where you have to specifically dodge them. This is very cool. I think this is a hell of a cool thing, and I always like seeing things I've never seen before, but this is a great example of that. Blech! We really gotta wait to dodge the yeah. Conker's Bad Fur Day is pretty good. I have a soft spot for it. I really do. I really do. This first one, we just gotta wait. We just gotta wait for it to get low, for its hole to get big. Gaping. We wanna, like, run under real fast. Yeah, we're getting the timers in. We're getting the timers in. They're getting the timing down. How long do you think we have to hold out for here? Truly, I've never seen such a thing. It's always nice to see that in Mario Maker. A thing that I have not seen before. And this is a wonderful example of that. Look at those pea snakes. Pea snake. You seen the new Star Fox Nintendo Direct for the new Star Fox game? I have. Well, actually, you know what? No, I didn't watch that. The, like, overview trailer, I just figured it was the same as the, previous trailers, and also that, well, I know what Star Fox 64 is. I know what Star Fox 64 is. I don't need a briefing about what Star Fox 64 is. I feel like I already got the idea, like, halfway through the Direct. But I did see that first Direct. Not just not the follow-up overview trailer. Okay, under now. And through. All right. Now then. These patterns really are something. I think I want to go over here. Oh god. and jump rope, and jump rope. Okay, that's how you avoid the snakes. New patterns, new patterns, new patterns. Oh boy. Yee. Ooh. We gotta be nearing the end, right? Oh God. Fuck! This is really good. We got 8 minutes left. We'll probably get it, but, you know, there is a factor of how long each individual try takes. How long were we avoiding there? Seriously. It seems like we have to avoid for a while. That was the final one? Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I think they said a new Mario Maker's coming out. I don't know if it's real. I don't think anything's been announced so far as Mario Maker goes, but I'm personally betting on it myself for Nintendo's offering this year. I think a new 2D Mario would make a lot of sense, and, you know, Mario Maker is probably the one they could have out earliest, and also makes sense with the mouse controls if they want something that really supports that and works with it this year. I would bet on Mario Maker at this next Direct, or maybe in September or something, September, October Direct. In any case, I'm totally expecting it this year, I'll say, for my own predictions. If there's been a leak, I haven't heard it. The only leak I've heard as far as Nintendo goes is Ocarina of Time 3D, or sorry, Ocarina of Time HD, or our remake, you know, has been heavily rumored, and is currently seems like the smart money. I'll say it's the smart money, but really it's just been leaked, you know? I think there is going to be a new Mario Maker this year. I think it's about the right time. It's been about yeah. And also, like, yeah. Persona 6 was leaked? What? Persona 6 was leaked? Man, I will say, I think I've seen some posts about, like, you know, leaks and stuff. Shit, there was one I saw that was like, I forget, there was some sequel that I saw in the list of leaked games that I saw. Okay, shit, I would have liked to be surprised by that, but whatever. Persona 6, fucking, that sounds great. If true, I will be excited. I love Persona. That's great news. I'm blowing it a lot of times in a row, huh? I should focus or something. I'll definitely watch the thing. In your opinion, which is the worst Nintendo console? NES? Yeah, NES. Well, Virtual Boy, but NES for real. I love the SNES is my first. N64 I love. GameCube I love. If I had to say second, I guess I would say the Wii. I would say the Wii second worst. The Wii U was great for second screen experiences, which is how I like to play my Nintendo Switch to this day. So it was an underrated console, and it you know, deserved to do better, I'll say. But, you know, they were forced to invent the Switch, so it all worked out in the end. It's gotta be the NES, because it's the one I have no nostalgia for. What's the best Smash game? Ultimate. Good questions. Good questions from chat. You like to see it. Thank you for the questions, Zype. It's Ultimate, yes. Has the most characters, the best physics, yeah, it's just extraordinarily good. Best balance, perhaps, even. Overall, in general. I don't know. not that much of a serious player, though I don't like items or nothing. I don't play that much in person. Did do a bunch of the online in, yeah. You're amazing at this game. This is, yeah. I think it's between Melee and Ultimate. I mean, I think everyone would say that, yeah. Melee is the other one that some people latch onto and love. But, yeah. Here we go, slipping under here. Thank you for the genuine compliments, Gleaming Eyes. I'm not gonna look that compliment in the mouth. No, sir. No, sir. No looking compliments in the mouth. A compliment's a compliment. I'm sure, definitely sure, you're trying to be nice. A positive thing. No backhanded, definitely not. Thank you. I appreciate the nice job. Hold it. We have to get through it first. We're gonna get there. We're gonna do it. Wow. These balloons are, hard to dodge, you know. There we go. Now we got the snakes. Here come the snakes. Here come the snakes. With the snakes, we gotta jump into their holes as they come screaming back. Shit! Almost got that time. It's a very hard level. I think this had a clear rate of, like, below 0.4%. Have you seen the new N64 Classic game? Donkey Kong 64? Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, probably 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. DK64. I have to play it on stream. Starting, like, a week and a half from now. Fun. On account of birthday sub goals, and that's 101%. So, I'll have to do the whole damn thing. Every golden banana. I'm never done that before. I've only gotten, like, most of them as a kid over the course of, like, you know how much time kids have to play games and stuff. And, fuck. Not to fuck. They don't fuck typically. Hopefully. Ideally. I don't know. Statistically, probably. But, when I was playing DK64, I was like a fucking, a fucking 10-year-old and shit. 9, 10, you know. That's too young for that. Even by statistics, I would say. I don't know. I'm no fucking expert. What's the worst Mario game? Teaches typing? As far as, like, mainline goes, well, it's Mario Brothers, it's Lost Levels. It's Lost Levels is the worst one. It's definitely Lost Levels. Lost Levels is just kind of awful. And, not exactly what you're looking for in a sequel, even besides the whole dickishness of its, general design and how it does things. We're almost out of time, but, like I've been saying, we'll have 5 tries to finish the job. Here is the symmetric one, where these things are going symmetrically. Alright, I think we're on the last wave. We might have this last wave one more time. This one is difficult because it's so unruly! Hard to predict. 5 last tries! Yeah, it's a chaos section. This level's great, though. I think, it's a real novel thing. I got this. I got this. I know what to do. I got it down. These 5 tries, we're gonna do it. Mark my words. Don't. Maybe. Consider. If we do this, you can mark them. But, you don't have to if we, fail miserably. Let's see what happens. Chaos section again! Okay, let's go this way first, actually. Then let's go this way. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, God. Oh! 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 We did it! And it didn't even take any of our last tries. What is this? There's more? What is going on? Oh, shit. Maybe we didn't do it. We haven't done it yet, apparently. Oh, boy. Well, we got through the hard part. And, yeah. I have a soft spot for Sunshine of those three, but Galaxy probably objectively is better, for most people. Oh. We're doing it. What is this last bit? Hello? Where's the gap? Oh, we just have to wait it out. We just gotta wait it out. I do think probably Sunshine is the incorrect answer, but it's my answer. I love Sunshine, and it's just one of my favorite summer games. It's like the most summer game of all time in my books, I would say. Okay, we wait out that last balloon wall long enough, and it will make a hole. Okay, we got this, folks. Let's do this. These ones are coming at us, but the balloon walls are going the other way. Oh, the balloon wall disappeared! Fuck! Ah. Alright. That's it. Unless, 06i, you want to do your instant refresh. You want to do that now. I'll allow it. Now would be a good time considering how long it took to get through that level, but you don't think the refresh is good for this one? It's up to you. Okay. Let's bop out then. That's a real fucking good level. That second part, you know, we were getting it down, but we just didn't have enough time quite so much. Ooh, thirsty. Can you play my easy level, says Sype. Yes, when you come up, you say whatever you want. You know, any specification, any specific level, I can do it. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. It is Nuclear Stomp, who just said, said Nuclear Stomp. Your level is up, Nuclear Stomp. Hello. How about another card? Did y'all see the Sony State of Play? One of the big press conferences of this Game Fest, not E3 season. Its major reveals included things like, well, it wasn't a major reveal, but it was a gameplay demo of Wolverine, which looks very gory and violent and cool. That's nice. A Rayman Legends remake. I'm as confused as anyone about that. There's a new Stuntman, which I guess that sounds like a good idea. I don't know. I didn't play the original. And a bunch of known quantities that we've seen before, and also God of War La Fée. And that's about it. The main thing that I personally, like, glommed onto was the Rayman thing, which, honestly, I look at and go like, what the hell is this? You know, it's basically, if you didn't see, it is Rayman Legends remade, but it's now, instead of being beautiful, gorgeous HD 2D art, it is instead 3D models that also look pretty good. Also look really good, honestly. And you can see the comparison here, where it's like on the left is beautiful 2D gorgeously drawn visuals, and on the right is you know, models and stuff, and it looks just as good. Looks good, I guess. I don't know. Like, why would you do that, though? You know, personally, when I look at this, all I can think is, like, why didn't you just make a new game, actually? Why didn't you just make a new game instead of just literally reproducing something that already exists and is already beautiful? Like, it has an aesthetic that doesn't really age. It's beautifully hand-drawn. Like, I don't get it. I don't know why you want this. And, you know, furthermore, there's things about Rayman Legends that I think age poorly. Like the fact that the Murphy levels were never a good idea, and they're still fucking in there. You know, if you don't know, the Murphy was originally a gimmick where, it was, you know, Rayman Legends famously got its start, you know, in a bit of an odd way now, 10 years later, insofar as it was a Wii U game. I keep my Wii U gamepad in my couch, so I'm able to pull it out on a moment's notice, unprompted. I did not plan on this. It's just always, it's always within arm's distance of me. During every stream that I've ever done, I've always had a Wii U in arm's reach. Always a Wii U in arm's reach, huh? Anyway, always. Is that a weird thing? Did you not know that about me? Does that change your opinion of me? Did you suspect that every time I've been streaming over the last 2 years, there's always been a Wii U gamepad right here? Wow. Anyway, so it was set up so that you could do on the fucking I put away my visual aid because I thought it was funny. It was set up with the gamepad, so you could do like, oh, you know, I'm playing as Murphy. I'm like cutting ropes, like cut the rope, and I'm poking on stuff, like, where's my water? I don't know. And it was always kind of a bad idea because you also had to deal with the fact that Rayman had to run and basically be like an AI-controlled Rayman that would move at like 2 miles an hour, and that kind of sucked ass. And in the more recent versions that went up on other consoles, they changed it so, like, okay, you're playing Rayman, but now you have to deal with the fact that the level design expects you to stop every 10 feet and hit B to cut a rope, cut the rope style, and with a auto-select thing that is janky and weird and not very good. And it looks like, yeah, they still totally have that in the remake. I don't know, man. Like, just why? Like, why not pull it? Why not say, okay, we're doing Legends again, but we replace the Murphy levels with actual levels, or that new there's like some 3D shooting parts where you play as dragons and you fly around on dragons. Why not have that be the new equivalent of Murphy levels? I don't know. Honestly, I just think that the more I think about Rayman Legends and the older it gets, the less I like it. And the more I just go like, it was kind of a booty sequel to Origins, where half the levels were like maybe a third of the levels, a fourth of the levels were like booty, because you had to play touchscreen based rather than platformer based, or a platformer that was herky-jerky and not really designed to be a platformer. This would be way better, I think, if it was a new game. I'll say that much. And I'll also say if it was just Origins, that would be better. You know, and apparently they said, like, Origins is included. But, you know, that's also the case with Legends. But you have to work for it. You have to, like, collect a bunch of stuff to get Origins. I don't know. If it's just Origins is in there, that's nice, I guess. But still, I think that they could do better. And I think Legends might be tremendously overrated. Origins was fucking good, though. Origins was definitely the better of the two. Maybe at some point I should do a playthrough of both of those games, but you're so gated by the having to get the lums in those games. Like, I'm not sure it's suitable for like a switching games every 5 live stream or something of the sort, unless I get a save file that has every level unlocked, so I don't have to deal with the fucking lums and all that, and the Bullshit. I am ready for Sonic 4, yeah. I did not see Ice Age 6 teaser. I have not seen any Ice Age movie in my life. That is a 3D series that I have no affection for. Let's do this. 12 minutes. Let's go. So anyway, I guess my main takeaway from the Sony press conference is, the main thing I've been thinking about since that Sony press conference is just like, yeah, that Rayman Legends that leaked, that Rayman Legends retold or whatever, I just don't see the point of it. I think that it is a waste of resources, and I think it is sad that you're spending so much time remaking a game that is just tremendously overrated, and also just has very clear problems that have not been addressed in the last 10 years. Like, it's not just that they've remade it a couple times and they're remaking it, but also that they have completely missed the fact that Murphy sucks. Murphy's always sucked. Murphy, he was a bad idea on the Wii U, a bad idea on the Xbox Series X, or Xbox One or whatever the fuck, or the Switch, or, you know, any other platform, and it's a bad idea on the Switch too. Murphy has always been bad. And, I don't know why they keep... They haven't pulled him. You gotta kill your darlings. See you later, Zype. You have a good one. That's gonna be nice. Yeah, the Legend of Zelda movie. That's going to be, something. There's also cutscenes in that there thing. I will say, during that Sony press conference, I was dealing with some internet issues, so my, it's kind of lucky that I didn't commit to doing a stream of watch-along of all those various directs and pressers this week, because, turns out I would have been unable to do a PlayStation one. But, I did manage to watch a bunch of it through, like, phone internet, and, you know, it seemed good. It did seem very flashy and violent, that Wolverine stuff. You know, basically like, oh, you know, you're jumping around, you kick a guy off a cliff, and then you jump out after him and stab him with your 2 Wolverine claws. That's pretty dope. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that's actually fun to play. I saw one person on Blue Sky basically saying, like, yeah, man, look, you hit the X button and then you see a very flashy canned animation. What is that as far as gameplay goes? And, I have no arguments. I have no... That's a reasonable critique and a reasonable concern. I don't know. As far as, like, the whole, as far as, like, the, September season goes, and it's looking pretty crowded at this point, I feel like the one game that I'm really, like, looking forward to personally... The one game I'm probably looking forward to personally is Control 2, and, I think that's my game of September so far. I don't know if I'm gonna get Wolverine. Thing is, I do have to think. You know, I am between jobs, so I probably should be picking and choosing a little bit, and not just getting every game that moves sight unseen. I should see and then make the decision. Most of the games are same art style and environment. Yeah, I definitely feel that of just like, oh boy, it's a cinematic prestige game where there's like a bunch of cutscenes up front. You know, you watch like a 5-minute God of War cutscene and you just ask like, okay, this is great for a trailer, but like, are you really just sitting down and watching like 10 minutes of God of War cutscene? It's kind of mid. You know, it's not like it's Last of Us. It's like, oh, you know, there's like a god guy and he's like, hello, I'm a god. And, like, oh, hello, you're a god, and there's a cube and a sword, and it's just like, yeah, just hit enemies, just have action, I don't know. Just keep things moving and get me to the next biome within about an hour, please. Not 2 hours, and certainly not 3. That's right out, God of War. 3 hours per environ? What are you doing? I don't really love the pacing. I'll say, I was not a great big huge fan of Ragnarok. You know, I feel like Ragnarok was pretty mid. It's somewhere between a 3 and a 4 for me. Maybe it could be a 4. Maybe as I get farther from it, I get more soft on it and like, okay, it wasn't that bad. But I kind of had to push myself through it because of how long and, like, you know, how long it was. And that is definitely something I'm thinking of when I'm looking at the next project by those people, which is, you know, God of War Le Fay, which you didn't see. Here's what God of War Le Fay looks like. It's about Kratos' dead wife, and she's in the afterlife having a good time, and she's in the afterlife having a good time, you know. Oh, there is I'm just realizing there's like a coin limit here as well. We have to collect all the coins. It probably is not that much of a to-do. Probably we get there automatically just following the path, as it were. I don't know if I'm going to get God of War Le Fay, but it's like far enough away where I don't really have to think about it. And you can just go, okay, it's like God of War, it's a little more action-y. That's cool. Dead wife is the player character now. Yeah, okay. 80% of them are like real-time action combat. You mean like real-time action combat? You don't mean like quick time. You mean like real time. You mean like running around character action-wise. I can get behind that. Yeah. I feel like there's definitely, watching a lot of these press conferences, it's just like, you know, there's one I can mention that just happened, where it's like, you know, Jeff Keighley will go like, we got an impressive game from an ambitious studio of veterans of military shooters. And you go, ooh, what do you got? And they're like, oh, we got a military shooter. And you're like, okay. Yeah, I see. You got a gun, you're shooting guys, okay. I don't know. I feel like when you're making a game, you should try to make it like look like nothing you've seen before. You know, you should try to make it look fresh and neat. And I don't know how so many like just plain looking games get produced. It's safe is the reason, I guess. How safe is it if people look at them and go, I've seen it before. This doesn't look like anything to me. Yes, it is Warp World. That's true, Lucius. As far as I know, viewer bots doesn't work with YouTube, so I have to use the Warp World to you know, to have a shared queue and all. If that's changed over the last couple years since like Twitch legalized simul streaming, I'd be surprised because no one said anything. I haven't heard shit. But who the hell talks about that, I guess? No one talks about such things. Maybe some people do. I'd be surprised because I haven't heard about it. People would have told me, I think. What's wrong with Warp World? I mean, I think there's some weirdness with Warp World. I've definitely seen a certain amount of bugginess sometimes. I used to when I was using viewer levels, just have the a next command to get the next level up, and now I manually select it because I saw when YouTube levels were involved, there seemed to be some glitchiness with Warp World next command. It didn't seem like it was picking the next level properly half the time. I don't know, maybe they fixed that by now, but I'm so used to now manually selecting. It's good. What's your position in queue? I don't know. Check the list. Exclamation point list for the list. Anyway, it was okay. Sony's press conference was okay. I did enjoy seeing Control, and Wolverine did look cool for what it was. I appreciate a press conference whose main event is demos, is gameplay, you know, rather than just like, say, a trailer that's like, ooh, guess what? We're remaking a game you already know about. And people go, oh my god, it's a game, it's Veronica. We've heard of that before. I don't need to see gameplay to know this is good. It's like, yeah, well, that's cool. I would rather see things where, you know, here's what I think. Remember back when? Remember E3s of yore? I remember, like, when Assassin's Creed, I forget if it was 1 or 2. I remember when early Assassin's Creed were announced, and they were just like the best demos you ever saw. You know, just like, hey, we invented a new type of game. Check it out. You climb around, and you stab people. Ooh. Never seen such a thing. And just immediately, it just sells itself with its, like, gameplay quality. Its gameplay qualities. You know, a lot of these games, they're not that different from the previous ones. And if they are, their trailers do not do a good job of communicating that because people don't care. People don't need to know, like, okay, in what way is your new game different from your old game? I feel like that's, like, job number one of just, like, why should I be excited about this? And it's like they go, like, it's Resident Evil. So it's from the team that just made that game you just gave a heart. You just played your RE4 remake. You thought it was fantastic. It's like, yeah, but I could play RE8, I could play RE9. There's so many RE games I haven't played. Why that one, which is a remake of a RE game that was shit, if I recall? No, that one was shit, wasn't it? Like, people don't... Veronica is not like the most... Okay, here we go. We're doing it. Fuck, I just gotta jump off that one. Also, we're only like halfway through, I'm noticing now, based on the coin count. I hope there's like a 10 coin at the very end. Timer's up. Give me 5 tries and let's do this. Let's refresh the timer. Can't go on a need all the time we need, probably, maybe, question mark. Let's do it. Thank you, Nuclear Stomp, for the level again. This has been fun. Good amount of precision, like Kaizo. Relatively precise, relatively Kaizo. And, I think it's good. And, I'm not jumping. You gotta jump just enough where you can make it, but just not enough so that you don't bonk your head there. Also, you gotta stop. Hello, Ida. How you doing? Nice emotes there. I love it. Ooh. Just barely. Dang. Thank you for the level, Nuclear Stomp. I am hitting dismiss, and we're moving on to the next one. I do believe, I do declare. Let's do it. It's Gleaming Eyes. Gleaming Eyes, you were up next, it turns out. Very good. Gleaming Eyes just asked about where Gleaming Eyes' level is, so Gleaming Eyes is good for it. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, we should start talking about the next presser, which did include, you know, I feel like people were a little, were all about the press conference up front, the Summer Games Fest. Usually, I don't watch the Summer Games Fest, Keighleys Summer Games Fest, but I did this time before the stream because I wanted to know what they announced, and on paper, kind of looks like a lot as far as things I'm actually excited about. Not really as much. Let me see what I wrote down here. So, there was, it started off with that, you know, I already dumped shade on Resident Evil Veronica. That's like a big game, I guess, but not one that I'm probably going to get, and as such, not one that I personally care about. There are a bunch of games right up front from teams whose previous games I didn't play, or otherwise franchises I'm not into. It ended on Final Fantasy Part 3 of 7 Part 3, which I didn't play the previous 2 parts, so it's like, okay, I guess I'll turn off the stream then. Goodbye. Start setting up the stream. But whatever, man. There was some cool stuff there. I liked seeing that that Cuphead one was pretty funny, as well as seeing they have like a Cuphead interquel where it's like pixel art. That looked pretty nice. It's kind of got an Alex the Kid type look to it. That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game from the Nier Automata people sounds like it could be pretty cool. I'll say in a lot of these cases, you know, it's just a trailer, just a teaser, just a here's the logo and a bit of like flashy stuff. And it's like, okay, but no gameplay though. I don't know if it looks good. I can't tell. Though I will say Gundam Rogue Orbit did have some gameplay and did look cool as hell. I think that definitely is up there in my reckoning. There's what the Cuphead looks like. There was the 2-pack appearing in what the hell is the name of their studio? The Like a Dragon people. RGG, their new game, has Tupac in it, back from the dead, as well as Snoop Dogg and some other rappers, I guess. I've never been a big rap person, but I have enjoyed some of the Like a Dragon games. I feel like I never get more than like 10 hours into them, and they're always like 100 hours long, and they don't pull me along in the same way that like Persona does to finish them, so I don't know if I'm gonna get this one, honestly, considering that, but hey, they got some good stunt casting this time. I also thought that Burnout Paradise ass-looking Hot Wheels game looks kind of dope. There was a bad advert for Fortnite where the guy basically got on stage and was like, yeah, I'm playing like the Inquisitor or whatever the fuck. I'm the Watcher in Fortnite right now. And you're just sitting there going like, you know, the only characters anyone cares about in Fortnite is like Homer Simpson. You know, you tell me when Tobias Funke is coming to Fortnite and I'll get excited. But if all you can say is like, this season we got John Wick, it's like, I already got John Wick, dumbass. I already paid for John Wick. I have him. I don't need a cel-shaded version of him. Oh my god. Fucking go put Tony Soprano in there, you dumb fucks. Put fucking House from House in there. I want to play as Gregory House. I don't want to play. I already can play as John Wick. What are you doing? I don't know. They didn't have anything. They just paid for the airtime. Whatever. That Galactic Racer trailer looked pretty good. I think I saw some tracks from the original game in there, from like episode 1 Racer, and that excites me. Like, you know, that planet with the yes, I agree. Tony Soprano. Let me say, when I say Tony Soprano and House in Fortnite would be great, I am being genuine. I'm not making a joke there. I genuinely want to play as Tobias Funke. Let me say. It's just that they don't have a Tobias Funke this season. They don't have someone new that like gets you to you know, get in there. World, okay. That Galactic Racer trailer was pretty good. That's probably my highlight of the show, which is sad when you think about it because it's a known quantity, we've known about it, and my main take is that like, we go to the planet again, the asteroid planet. You know, the asteroid planet from episode 1 Racer, where it's all zero gravity? I think I saw the entrance to that zero gravity section. So we're going to go in zero gravity and go woo woo woo, you know, and that's going to be a fun part of that game, I bet. And I think I saw that ice planet from episode 1 Racer, Ando something or other. What the hell is that planet called? I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that game. I'm looking forward to that, yeah. That Among Us show looked horrible. There was an Among Us TV show that appeared for 2 seconds, and it looked like absolute dog shit. And also, it seems like they spend all their money on voice actors, which is, you know, like stunt casting voice actors, which is fun. I don't know. Do people still love Among Us? It seems like that was a big thing during the pandemic. I don't know anyone my age who still cares or who has even thought about Among Us in the last 5 years. Maybe for the kids, it's like their Minecraft, their, you know, Mario. their Donkey Kong Country. But for me, it's nothing. Absolutely. Never played any of it. Maybe I should have done. It's too late. It's too late. I like the Hot Wheels, and I thought the commercial for the, I thought the commercial for the, there was one good commercial, which was for a Capcom sale, apparently. A Capcom sales event. That's, you know, there's several things I think about Summer Games Fest, and one of them is that, it's hard to ignore the advertisement nature of it, you know? I feel like other press conferences are a lot more subtle about it, but, like, the fact that, like, a quarter of the things in Summer Games Fest are ads are, like, blatantly obvious, and it feels just like, okay, we gotta talk about Warframe. And sometimes they don't even, like, bother. It's just like, okay, here's just literally an advertisement from Nintendo. No disguising this. Just literally, here's the Switch card, and then ad. And I think that really takes it down a notch. You know, happy birthday, Gleaming Eyes. Belated, you know, as it may be. Hey, Zype, I saw that. I saw that you're back. Welcome back. Hello again. Yes. Oh, let's set up the, do the 12 minutes, yeah. So yeah, I thought it was a pretty boring, Summer Games Fest stream. The big games, most of those didn't do much for me, and the advertisements were very, there were a lot of them in between, but I enjoyed, seeing Episode 1 Racer, Galactic Racer, and I enjoyed seeing, like a handful of other games, so whatever, it's fine, it's okay. Like 3 out of 5, a C tier presser. I feel like all Summer Games Fest main streams are C tier pressers. Pretty much they all are, it's in their nature. He does not ever put on a good show. They're just ads, and they're barely disguised. Poorly disguised ads. Poorly disguised ads. That's, the Summer Games Fest, guarantee. Anyway, that's, Summer Games Fest takes. Let me, hit complete here. There we go, we got through the first level. Happy birthday again. I have heard of the 3 South Park games of the N64. I think I have them on my AYN Thor, legally backed up, as you do. And that timer. Next up is Keizo. Keizo, go ahead and confirm for me. I'm not sure. Has Keizo said anything in a minute? What about the second one? What about the third one and the fourth one? Resubmit your code, Gleaming Eyes, and we will, once the queue rolls around, we will do it. It will probably be a while, but hey, I'll say the speed at which we go through levels will increase later in the stream, so, you know, give it time, have patience, you know, etc., etc. Waiting for Keizo here. Might as well do another card. These cards are always great for stalling a second. You are still in the queue, Zype. These cards are always good for stalling a little bit to let someone confirm, which would be Keizo. Looking forward to Nintendo and Xbox or any other big pressers this week. You know, E3 season is always fun. There's always some big reveals, and I feel like Xbox always has a good number of them. They always put on a solid show. I'll say, you know, they have changed leadership in the last year, and also Game Pass is dead now, so I'm a lot less, like, on the hook as, you know, as they say, like, day one Game Pass. Assuming they say day one Game Pass anymore. Maybe that's dead after all the Game Pass changes and all that, but... and how their corporate wants to reel back on Game Pass in general. I see what I did wrong. I only saw Shrek 1, Zype. I never saw any Shrek since Shrek 1, so I can't really say. what was I saying? I still think it'll be a good press conference. I still think they'll have a good number of games, and I do not plan on streaming it. I do not plan on streaming in a react. Instead, I'm going to be doing a stream later that day. So instead, I'll just watch it, and then I'll tell you after how I felt about it. I'm going to try to do a react for the Nintendo whenever that is, because I feel like if I'm going to react to any one press conference, let it be Nintendo's, where they might actually have something that I might care about. Imagine if Banjo-Kazooie gets announced next week, and that's the one Xbox press conference I choose not to do a react to. That'll be some bad luck, but I feel like Banjo-Kazooie is not happening. I feel like there won't be. Persona 6, though, that is something I would be excited to see, and I will be excited to see, but, you know, in any case, you know, I'm not so excited to see it that I'm going to do a whole thing. I'm going to focus on the other thing, the other priority plan for Sunday. Keighlo has not confirmed, so we have 2 lives to do Keighlo's level. Let's do this! And Keighlo, feel free. I'm sorry. Keizo. Feel free to confirm at any time. Though, it's kind of looking like this level will be a gimme. It's kind of looking like this level we won't need any more tries. Unless it's weird and it's hidden its ending. It did not hide its ending. And it's not very hard. Thank you, Keizo Ultimates. We got through very easily. Okay, let's go. Hey, a nice, easy win. Now would be a great time for compliments, folks in chat. This is the time. Wow, we beat it in one go. Impressive. Sometimes could be in some cases. Maxima. Maxima is up next. Go ahead and confirm for me, Maxima. Almost, I think I might be out of water. I need to get a refill. Let's see now. I think that's all I have to talk about as far as the Summer Games Fest season goes. I'm excited for Xbox, and moreover for Nintendo. I feel like there's a good chance that Super Mario Maker 3 might get announced at this Direct, and if so, I would be so pumped, so thrilled. I won't mind seeing Ocarina of Time 3D either, and whatever else they got will be cool. Let me go refill my water. I'm gonna throw to a break real fast, and then I'll come back with a full thing of water. I am thirsty. Excuse me. And Maxima, go ahead and let me get that in chat so you can confirm, so you can see. There'll probably be a Frozen 3. I wouldn't put it past Disney to make sequels to all their movies that are mildly or greatly successful, and those ones are greatly successful. There's also going to be a Zootopia 3, and maybe even a 4, I bet. It's a very those are some very popular franchises. Okay, water. All right, let's continue. Still no sign of Maxima, but we've only been I only took like a minute to get my water, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Let's do the next card and talk about the next thing, which is not related to news. Instead, is related to I had a nice day out earlier this week. On Tuesday, I went to my local Hurricane Harbor, which was okay, I guess. I don't know. Guess it's better than a pool, you know. Last week, I went out to Six Flags. I got a season pass and all that, and that included the water park included as part of that for free. So I thought, okay, let me go out and go to the local Hurricane Harbor, which you know, has a nice lazy river, has a perfectly fine wave pool. I'll say, as far as like theming goes, there's basically not any. And even like things like, you know, it's no Volcano Bay, not even close. To the point where like, yeah, no, this is their poolside area, and it's all just flat concrete, no sand at all. didn't spring for sand to make it a little bit more beach-like. Just literally asphalt and hot sun. And well, I went on 2 rides, and then apparently lightning struck nearby and everything closed, including the water things. So I left. I went on like that green and blue slide, which took a while to queue up for, and then I went on the very steep tower, which was all right. Everything was closed after that. You know, I couldn't do the. I wanted to do the slide that looks like it goes out for a bit and then it goes down. Like that kind of sounds fun as a contrast to just going down immediately. But I wasn't able to do that. I wasn't able to get into the lazy river. I wasn't able to get into the pool. I wasn't able to do like this sort of big drop thing. They got a good amount of slides and stuff and drops and pools and stuff, but it's unfortunate, but I wasn't able to do that much while I was there this week, and after like 2 hours, basically, I was like, okay, well, if everything's closed, what am I going to do? Sit around and wait for it to maybe reopen? Instead, I went home and I had a nice rest of my day at home, which was also fine. Whatever. Yeah, I'll say, like, going to a local water park, you know, the only water park I've been to, I think I've only really been to, like, a couple of water parks in my life, right? I've been to Schlitterbahn, which is, you know, I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth, so that's like a 3-hour drive from here. Went there as a kid a couple times. I have season pass. The season pass for Six Flags includes Schlitterbahn, for what it's worth. I've been to the Universal, you know, the Volcano Bay, and I've also been to the 2 Disney ones, like as a kid. Not recently though, and I really enjoyed the Disney and the Universal ones, and they are so like well themed and well put together and well thought up. And I love the rapid river of Universal Volcano Bay, and this was very much just like, yeah, I guess it's better than a pool. I guess it's bigger than a pool. You get a lazy river, so you can swim in circles if it doesn't thunderbolt and get you not the ability to swim in it. But you know, I do think that going out there and having a day of it and looking around going, okay, well, there's not that much here, and what is here is pretty mid, and it does take a 40-minute drive to 40 to 1 hour drive to get out here. And also, if I want to bring a t-shirt and a towel and sunblock, I'm going to have to rent a locker, and that's like an additional upcharge. And also, I want to put my phone in there, and my phone has my ticket, so I probably do need a locker, and that's like an additional $20, so it's not quite free, you know. Anyway, it was an okay day, all told, and I didn't like dislike my day at the water park, but it was definitely a good deal more mid than even the theme park itself, which, you know, Six Flags Over Texas is like a pretty mid park. It's not exactly the most impressed. I don't know if I would travel for it. Well, maybe that'll change once Tormenta is open. I was able to see Tormenta from the water slide as I was waiting to go on that really steep water slide. I saw across the freeway that Tormenta was testing and running some trains on it, and I went, ooh, Tormenta. Okay, what are we doing here? What's the plan? We can, let's see now. We can do the latest. We'll do the latest. This has a pretty high clear rate, so yeah. Let's do it. I'm sure there's a million websites like that, Zype. We all have, people have figured out, that sort of thing on their own, and no one needs any help. And if you do, I'm sorry, you know, there's no one can help you on that. How you play retro games is you have to get a legal copy of your game, and you have to back it up legitimately. Also, just play them locally. You don't have to play them online. That's not. You don't have to do that. You play them locally. It's more on the level anyway, and you just use your local backups that you made yourself. You know, that you definitely did. Anyway, Maxima, thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete, and let's keep on it moving. Let's keep on it moving. So yeah, that was an okay day. Spaghetti, burgers, ice cream, pizza. Those are definitely like the top 4. I don't know. There's a lot of food that I like though. The Tuental. It kind of looks like turtle, but it's kind of weird. The Etu. The Etui. Go ahead and confirm the Etu. I'm gonna hit next for the Etuni. Kind of looks like a Ninja Turtle name. When I look at it, all I think is Ninja Turtles. I don't know why those. Well, some of the letters are in common with turtle. There's a J like Ninja has. There's probably a reason I'm leaning towards that. What's your favorite TV show? I don't know. Sopranos? Probably Sopranos. Probably Sopranos even now. Arrested Development is up there. There's a lot of shows I love. I love Buffy. Tons of them. Tons of them. Card. Also tons of anime as well, like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of all-timers. Absolutely. Here's another card. Did y'all hear that Six Flags and some other chains have been slopping it up a little bit with AI, you know? Yeah, this has been a sort of thing that I've heard recently. I heard recently, I saw the announcement of Werewolf Gorge at Six Flags Fiesta Texas, which sounds pretty cool. It's like a big bear type attraction. For those who know, like, you know, small, you know, family launch coasters from other parks that are people like. But it sounds like a pretty good ride, and it uses the terrain a bunch of Fiesta Texas, which famously is built out of a gorge with like quarry walls and a bunch of cliffs and stuff of that nature. And apparently the sad thing is about that, this is not the code. I don't know where I'm combining. I'm definitely combining 2 codes there. The sad thing is, apparently the logo for that ride, it looks like it might be AI. And additionally, they've definitely been using it on t-shirts for like Cedar Point and other parks in the Six Flag, you know, Cedar Fair chain, which is very disappointing and very depressing, I feel. T-shirts is one thing, I feel like, right? Like, honestly, I kind of ignore t-shirts to begin with and don't really, like, partake in merch. But, like, actual stuff that goes on actual rides and stuff, that is just, ugh. That just makes me very uncomfortable, and I did just get a season pass for Six Flags over, you know, for the whole chain, really, in preparation for, like, a Cedar Fair or Cedar Point trip later this month, so it's, depressing to just know, like, oh, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Okay. Fuck. Like, I wish that they could, like, do it right, but, you know, also, I suppose it is an issue just with the chain themselves. Well, let me be nice. Starting now. I do feel like this timer might be so tight where we don't have that much time to, like, willy-nilly to, like, stop and think. And unfortunately, without confirmation, that's all I can do. Chill. I need you to confirm before we do any more attempts, and I do not see Chill. Oh, Chill is here. Fantastic. We got it. Okay. 12 minutes plus 5 last tries. 3 last tries because we already used 2. Is how it works. I've never heard of Hell of Boss. That's not something I've heard of. Let's take this one jump at a time.
Oh no!
Let's take this one jump at a time. Worth noting, we can walk over this.
Oh no!
No problem, Chill. I'm really not sure how you're supposed to say that name. Oh, could it be like French or something? Could be like French or something. I don't know that much about French pronunciation. Excuse me. You know, if there's like, if it seems like an obvious, maybe it's like et twin. You can send a video of the first half. I'm just gonna try to figure it out. You know, I got it. I got it. I mean, we'll see. 11 minutes is a long time to be stuck on a single jump, so I'll probably start working things out one jump at a time, and before you know it, we'll have a bunch. In Dutch, it's Dutch. It means little three garden. Okay. I don't know that much about Dutch, honestly. Though I think I have heard that the Dutch have some amazing theme parks. I've heard isn't that the case that like some of the most is like Energylandia Dutch or something? I think I've heard that Dutch has some really good where is Energyland? Is that Germany? That might be Germany. I don't know. I don't know I'll ever be to Europe and partake in those theme parks, so I really haven't given much thought to it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see that there is a cloud behind that muncher. That is how I was able to land on it there. You were just thinking it seemed impossible, right? Like if you don't realize you can stand on some of these fuckers, it is. Effling, Wallaby. Oh yeah, I've heard of Wallaby. Yeah, Wallaby Highlands, right? That's yeah. I've followed like a bunch of coaster YouTube channels that have talked about that. Ride to Happiness. That's in France, right? Off topic, I know, but there's only so much I know about European parks. I wonder if like Universal UK will have Doctor Who. Will there be a Doctor Who zone of UK Universal? Definitely a Harry Potter area, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the rights are complicated as far as the UK goes. But, yeah. Why did you start streaming? That's a weird question to ask, like, 4 years in, but it's been a while since I started streaming. But, I think originally part of my motivation was to get some promo to my own Mario Maker output, which I think has mostly succeeded. I show off my own Mario Maker levels every week, and people seem to really dig them and stuff. But also because it seemed like fun, I guess. And because a capture card was really cheap at that time. And I was able to get one, and it just sort of seemed like okay, let's try this. Okay, get a hobby. And since then, it's just been a lot of fun to do things. Oh, thank you, Zype. Zype says in chat, I like your streams. I appreciate that. I like your questions. You have a lot of them this stream. I'll say, like, I always don't mind a little question and answer from the chat and all that. Don't get me wrong, but there's been a lot more of it than usual this week, this stream. A lot of questions from y'all, from the chat, answers from me, which is, you know, the usual. It's how it usually works. It's not unusual. It's not that unusual, but still, it's nice to have to answer questions for which I have not prepped at all. It also helps to pass the time in levels that are difficult, challenging, etc. You're the only streamer I've watched the most? Wow, Sype. I think I don't remember you chatting that much before now. So that's it doesn't ring a bell, the name. Did you change it? Is it a new name? I thought you're relatively new here. But hey, I appreciate it either way, and you know, I'll say, like, if you're like a VOD watcher or something, yeah, VODs need love, you know. What the fuck can I say? That's cool too. You know, and there's plenty of them. Hours, you know, such that I can't imagine anyone ever trying to watch it all. You are new, and also
Oh,
not a bot.
no.
I believe that. I believe that. You seem very human to me. Asking questions, saying, fun things.
No.
I look forward to, hearing a lot more from you. I look forward. If, you know, yeah. That's what a bot would say, JK, 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 says Ida Garasu. Yes. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, it's disappointing, that slop factor. You know, I guess, honestly, as a big Universal fan who, like, you know, understands a thing or two about JK Rowling, there's a lot of stuff where I just have to sort of, like, not look too closely and go like, okay, well, I'm just going to ignore that part and not worry about it and not get too caught up on it. You know? Like, I definitely have to just not think so much about, like, the, you know, various controversies there to enjoy various lands and things of that nature and, you know, enjoy the rides, which are good rides. I definitely ride all the Harry Potter rides when I'm there. If I'm paying for it, I'd be a fool not to. They're good rides. They're world class. They're some of the best in the world. But, like, you know, I know that's a weird thing. Of course, also, you know, they're all designed by humans. The rides are built by humans. It's just disappointing that Six Flags would take it in that direction, that they would put AI in the actual stuff. I guess the other thing is that Six Flags is deeply, deeply, deeply in debt, and maybe they just literally can't afford... Maybe, like, of all the companies pivoting to AI, at least they have the excuse of, like, yeah, we're, like, billions of dollars in debt. We literally can't afford to do anything good. And the fact that we are doing good things is, like, well, we're taking out, like, oodles and oodles and oodles of more loans to do it. Are you streaming tomorrow? No, but on Sunday, there will be, Wind Waker, max settings is starting. Wind Waker randomizer max settings. Everything is randomized, including freestanding rupees, and that's a beta feature. That's brand new. They just added freestanding rupees to Wind Waker randomizer, and, that's, yeah, that's, exciting. I'm all prepared for that. It's going to be a good, Sunday stream. And probably, you know, more streams next week. I think that's gonna take, like, 12 plus hours for sure. Please stream tomorrow. I got other things to do tomorrow. I got plans and all that, you know. I gotta do the other stuff that I do in my life, you know? Including stuff like, wait, shit. You just jump over! You just jump over! You don't spin jump off the... Okay. I'm a damn fool, apparently, doing it the hard way for, like, the last 3-4 minutes. You just jump over regular style. You don't even spin jump. See, if we saw a video, we would have known from the start. You know, not to do that. It's more fun to discover and figure out the routing on your own. And, leads to moments of discovery, which I think are good. Moments of discovery are. You're not a fool? Aw, thanks for saying so. I'm being a little dramatic, being a little exaggerating. Don't, my self-esteem is pretty, solid. You don't have to worry about me. If I'm playing it up, I'm, you know, I'm doing it because I think it's fun to do so. And it's, fun to, you know, it feels good to slap yourself and go, ah, god damn it. Obviously, with a lot of streaming, there is a little bit of exaggeration, but also, like, when you get a camera on you, you get, like, in that, mindset. It just feels good to, you know, be a little bit more, to just amp it up a little bit, you know, in general. Like, without even, you know, trying to, really, or it being, it's not fake, of course, I'll say. By no means, but
no.
because it is a reaction I'm having, but it's like, you know. I could also just play this
No.
if I wanted to be really boring and wanted to, like, you know, maybe if I wanted this to be really boring, I could just not say anything and just go like,
Oh no.
I died. I'm capable of it, but it's more fun to have a little bit more energy and bring that to bear as we're jumping around and such. You can also jump against that left wall and then wall jump out.
Oh no.
I'm unsure. It's a matter of like, can we get enough height from the jump? Yes.
Oh
But
no.
also, like, it's not entirely consistent. You gotta get enough of a running start to manage it. And also have faith that you're gonna go over, or else you'll pull back and then you're dead. I guess if you're already over, like, don't pull back, whatever you do. There's just no benefit to being... You gotta just go full speed at this point. Not like the other side has, doesn't... You're not gonna go too far. Can't go too far. There's no going too far.
Oh no.
I could give all this analysis and just, you know, sort of work through my thoughts live in this form, or I could just go like, I could no sell everything.
Oh no.
It's more fun to sell. It's more fun to sell a little bit, you know. Yeah, okay, here we are again.
Oh no.
Okay. What are we doing?
Oh.
Last try. Let's go.
Oh no.
Happy birthday, early birthday, Sunday, wise Zype. Thank you. You're welcome. What do you have to say? Congratulations. There we go. Happy birthday. That's it. We finished. Thank you. Itunje. I don't know how you say that. I'm sorry. I must be mangling it because it's probably not anything like that. Thank you. We were able to get through a few jumps, and I feel pretty good about that. I wonder, like, how many more jumps. I guess I could look real fast at the, We can look real fast. Simon? I could call you Simon? I'll try to remember that. It's hard to remember, like, wish that Twitch and YouTube had, like, features for, like, putting in a nickname or something. After that bit, looks like there's not that much left. Looks like you just go over some guys, and then, I don't know, is there, like, a door, or like, you're jumping over a pit? Can you make it all the way to the flagpole across that pit? Or is there, like, you go in that door or something? I think that door, yeah, that door, I think there's a door over the flagpole. It's kind of hard to see, but, yeah. Alright, let me hit dismiss. The part after the fire is the most difficult. Oh, okay. Well, no one's cleared it yet, so yeah. Zype is up next. Zype has been chatting consistently this whole time. Lovely, cool, very nice. Hey, Zype, how's it going? Here is another card before we get into this level. Has AI reached an inflection point, you think? Do y'all think that AI has hit an inflection point? Hold on, says Zype. Okay, I can talk about AI and inflection points a little bit while you prepare or something. Whatever's going on your end. Whatever's going on your end. Recently, I've heard some promising stories, you know. I recently got laid off and all, and I feel like a big part of that is the fact that there's a whole pivot to AI going on, and engineers in general are being replaced to a ridiculous degree. And you know, the whole field is burning down, and has been for a bit. And I feel like now I'm looking around and I think I'm seeing some signs of that shit starting to collapse. In particular, you know, recently there's been a whole trend of companies just like encouraging all their employees to go ham on like you know, spending a bunch of tokens and doing just as much AI stuff as they can. And now the bills are starting to come due. They are less subsidized than they've ever been. And basically, hey, thanks for the Twitch follow. The Atujil. Good night. Good night, Atujil. I lost audio on my headset. Hang on one second. It's all good. It's all good. Nice, Zype. I hope you make your goal. There's been a whole thing recently where they have the bills have started to come due, and they have all realized, like, holy shit, with all this token maxing and even just like regular AI usage, they have not reaped huge rewards and have instead just racked up bills that are like multiple times what they're paying in engineers, in like staff, in like, you know, millions to billions of dollars of AI spend, and all for nothing, you know, like to the point where they're now having to go like, okay, well, look, I think I heard someone saying that like, oh, there are some companies that are now saying like, okay, we got like an $150,000 limit per employee now, per month. And it's like, Jesus, you had employees spending like millions of dollars a month all for their fucking bullshit, all for fucking a place on the leaderboard because you made that your metric for promotion? Holy shit. And it is nice to see all that stuff burning down, but there is still a little bit of a concern insofar as like, well, you know, you look at all that and you go like, okay, so you're discovering that the AI is actually really expensive and it might actually be cheaper to employ engineers and employees. So, are you going to hire back all the engineers that just got laid off? And I think the answer has to be, well, no, because we just spent all the money we would have spent on that. You know, even if we did throw it into a hole, it is in the hole. It is gone. We don't have that money anymore. That money's gone. We just threw all that money away now. It's all burnt. So we actually need to do more layoffs to pay for the tokens we already used. Is probably the point we're at, which makes you go like, okay, well, this is going the right direction. You're learning a lesson. You touched the fire, you got burnt. But like at the same time, they're not exactly able to crawl back to us because it turns out it's like they're crawling on a bed of hot coals and now they're burnt. They're horribly, horribly burnt and they cannot crawl anymore. They're just dying on a fire, and we're just standing over here going like, okay, so we're still laid off then? Cool. Entire sector's going to hell. Everyone doesn't have a job anymore, and even if the AI can't do it, well, there's not enough money to hire back. It's time for skeleton crews. Great. I think we have hit an inflection, and I do wonder, like, how fucking, you know, obviously there's still a big squeeze on memory and GPUs and stuff. Nvidia is still like dramatically overvalued to the point of like it continues to be clear. Oh wow, that was a quick level, Zype. That was a quick level. Wow. That might that might be the kind of level that people love as far as like weekly leaderboard goes. Let's go. Like a 5 second level. Wow, okay. Good shit. Didn't even finish my thought there before we began. Let me go to the next level. Right now, I feel like Rictendo is up next, and Rictendo just GG'd. Excellent. A little too hard for the little Timmies. What was the clear rate? Hang on. What was the clear rate there? Was the clear rate that bad? It probably has got 44%. Okay, so some little Timmies are dying and and losing on those 6 seconds of jumping. Somehow not 100%. Yeah, okay, that's you know, hey, kids are young. Kids gotta learn. I learned on DKC, you know, which some people think is really damn hard. But you know, if that's a hard thing for you, maybe you might be younger than I was when I played DKC originally. You know, like 6, 7, around there. You know, whatever. You know, obviously, NVIDIA and other big AI companies are not saying this. Obviously, they're looking at people looking at their bills and saying, like, oh, don't worry about it, guys. Yes, you should be spending, like, half your revenue on AI spend, on compute spend. You should be doing that. And, yeah, well, they're the ones selling shovels in this gold rush, so they would say that everyone else should be buying more shovels. That's their economic advice for everyone. Buy more shovels. Buy more shovels. More shovels will get you what you want. Money. And so far it hasn't worked out, and I feel like a lot of these companies are getting a little more gun-shy, but also they are a lot poorer than they were before, so they are not going to just turn around and hire everyone back yet. The economy is not quite back to where it needs to be, and, well, I'm sure NVIDIA and all the other companies are going to continue trying to keep alive the narrative that, like, shovels are good. You want more shovels. You need more shovels. Everyone should be putting all their money in shovels. You should have 5 shovels for every employee. You should have 10 shovels for every employee. You do not want to get left behind. Someday, there will be a company that has 1 employee and 1,000,000 shovels. And that'll be the company. And we will be happy to sell the shovels to them. And they will really enjoy the shovels that we sell to them. Let's go. Let's do this. Here we go. This is a do not jump level. I cannot get that 50. It's impossible. Do not jump. Do not touch the ground. While also contending with the wind. Let's go. Oh, fuck. I had to wait for it to, like, drop me off rather than going off the little ledge. Well, now that we failed this time, we can at least just see what is to the side. We should just do a little scouting here. We have to go past some saws, which will kill us. We also need to go past some tires, which will also kill us equally fast. Then we need to come back to the middle and go into the door. Okay. Then go past these things, which you can, honestly, it's not that bad to run past them. There must be some luck to that. There must be some luck. We must have had some luck there. Because, the hell is... What? Oh, this must be a thing where if you run, it doesn't count as being off the ground. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Let's do it again, but this time we will stay on the ground and not lose immediately. Also, other streamers played that level. Really? Well, I'm sure a lot of them have. A lot of people who submit levels, they submit levels multiple places. I understand this. Everyone does. It's cool. It's a small world out there for Mario making right now. One day, I think, we'll be bigger again. It will get back up there as whenever Mario Maker 3 is on horizon. But for now, it's relatively small. Right, this time we're actually grounded. We're actually, let's try to do that same thing that I did last time. Just wait, go. Fuck. Okay. Not sure what the timing there is. Let's see. So if I'm here, if the hand was to the right there, was swinging to its farthest extent, that seemed to work out. Don't know if that's reliable, but good for, the wind is also a factor. That is very true. I appreciate that. I know. Whoa. Also, ice physics. You have hope for Mario Maker 3 in the back, but it's not on your bingo. I think it'll happen this year. And when better than E3? Not E3. When better than the Summer Games Fest season that no one other than Keighleys recognizes to be the Summer Games Fest season. Lovely. Good. Gonna take off my headphones for a minute. Anyway, I think AI is reaching a inflection point. I think it's almost there, but, you know, just the economics of it is so fucked up that there's just not gas in the tank to, like, change course at this point. Like, they're basically, all the companies are locked in on, just dealing with it. Of just, like, going for broke. And I don't know when they're going to have money again to spend on employees and stuff. And maybe by then, maybe they're hoping that... Oh, shit. What am I doing? Let me just start that one over. Maybe they're hoping by then there will be just, you know, actual machine learning that actually works and actually you can use to, run your shit. And I don't know if that's going to be the case. I don't know if, like, that's something that I would really bank on myself. But at the very least, I can say, like, okay, well, shit is starting to crumble. Shit is starting to fail, but also very much a lot of people want to keep it alive. I hear that, like, more and more younger and younger people are standing up and being like, oh, I hate this, by the way. More and more, like... I've seen people talk about how, like, Gen Z is, like, super duper anti-AI now, just as a whole class, as a whole order. And I think that is, lovely to hear. You know, I've been there from very near the start myself, you know. Not, like, obviously, when I feel like there was a big novelty when it originally started, you know. Is it just... going with the wind versus not? Going with the wind seems to really help, actually. Huh. I think there was a big novelty at the time as far as, like, you know, when the image generation started. I definitely messed around with that, but, you know, in more recent years, I definitely have abandoned all that and just, you know, I don't care to ever talk to an AI or do any sort of generation as such. I'm just not interested in AI that way, you know. Yeah, we were seeing a new place, but okay, so this is going backwards, so it will slow us down. Slowed us down for like a second, and then we sped up anyway. Again, this is all dry run at this point. We've already blown our load, but good to scout ahead and see what's coming while we have the chance. I guess I can just, like, jump up here. Once I'm up here, I can get on these platforms. Wait, is there something fucky about these platforms? Wait, maybe if you, like, load them in from coming from right to left, they always work properly. But, those ones were not touching. You could not get... I suppose I could have jumped and just seen what's to come. You know what, let's just... I want to scout ahead. Well, okay. Die, we die. I think that, you know, there's still a lot of hype out there. There's still a lot of, like, you know, as far as, like, the older people go, and, like, company leadership in general, AI is still the way. But at the very least now, they're starting to tamp down and realize, like, we cannot spend billions of dollars a month on AI. Sorry, NVIDIA, we cannot afford your shovels. We just don't have, no one has that kind of money. And, especially, you know, who doesn't have that kind of money? People! People don't have that kind of money to spend to justify that amount of, like, investments. No, it's not like, it's not like there's millions of dollars that consumers are spending right now. Consumer confidence is very lowest. There's not money coming in. And as a result, there won't be money going out either, and like, you know, all that spells a downturn. AI or not. But, we'll fucking see, I guess. I'm not, I'm feeling good about my estimate as far as, like, yeah, probably by this time next year, everything will have collapsed, or, you know, engineers will be back in vogue. I do have some question as far as, like, well, if they don't have budget for that, if they spend all their money now on AI, will they be able to afford engineers next year? Or anything? Shovels or people? Neither? And it sounds like the answer might be no. They will be shit out of luck. They will be fucked royally. But, you know, what can you do? What can I do? What can we do? Nothing but just try to find our own way in all this bullshit. I take heart that they are starting to realize it costs real money and a fuck ton of it. And I also take heart in realizing that in realizing that, like, yeah, it's broadly unpopular. A lot of that is obviously, you know, there is the environmental aspect of it, but there is also just like a matter of, you know, it is taking people's jobs. Well, these layoffs are very much tied up in AI spend. The layoffs that have been ravaging the middle class, and everyone hates that. No one likes that, and apparently the AI companies now are trying to say, like, oh, it's not us, it's not us. AI will create jobs. AI will be a job creator. Don't burn us at the stake. No, please don't. Whatever you do, do not push us against the wall. Do not bring out your torches and pitchforks. Whatever you do, we're going to it's going to be good. But from my perspective, it really seems like the only jobs that AI can and has created are like shit, fake ones, really. You know, the thing where it's like, okay, it's like a gig engineer. You can do like some coding that to train the AI. Damn it. You can do some coding to train the AI, and you get paid probably, possibly, less than minimum wage, maybe, depending on, like, how hard you work. And also, you might not have, you know, how many assignments you have per week, per year, who could say? It's all impromptu, giggy, it's the gig economy coming for engineers, and yes, you will be poorly treated. Get ready for it. This is just a standard of working in, you know, the powers that be want to make everything like gig work. And, you know, it does come with good things, I guess, like, you know, being able to set your own hours and do however you please. And, you know, I wouldn't mind, like, being, you know, obviously I stream on Twitch. That is, in a lot of ways, could be considered a gig. You know, but like, yeah, no, well, it pays pennies on the dollars for a lot of times, for a lot of people. So, you know, it's not exactly reliable work in the same way that, like, a salaried position would be. And even for those who are, like, successful, they gotta, like, continue to be striving for it, you know? They have to stress over every little thing. I don't know if it's a good way to live, man. Hey, Drew. How you do? So here's where we need to get. Is that the end of the level? We don't have the, obviously we don't have the clear condition anymore. So, yeah. 5 tries, let's do it. At this point, let's, no more practice, no more scouting. We just have to take the tries that we have and use them. You want to expand on the idea, so you added more? Clearly, this is a long level. I'll say, in my opinion, in my experience, damn it! I feel like a checkpoint, a clear point, a clear condition level probably should be like 30 seconds to... I would say somewhere between 20 seconds and a minute. Like 1 checkpoint's worth, essentially. But, you know, you do whatever you want to do. And, I'm impressed you managed to, do this. The clear check time is 6 minutes? I think that's a bit, that's like a bit rich. I think we're on the second one now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like we did one already. Maybe I'm misremembering. And I forgot to do the thing. No, we didn't. We'll just go from 4. It's fine, we're good. Can't wait to see this level when Team 0% gets to 2026. Yeah, so far no one's beaten it. 6-minute clear condition level. One day, someone will manage it. But it's not going to be tonight. It's not going to be here. And that is not my fault. One more AI card while we're on it. One more AI slash whatever. Which is like, hey, did y'all see that SpaceX is going IPO next week? Oh boy. That's sort of a thing that's going to happen a lot this year, is that all these big AI slash space company, it's like half an AI company. They've merged X into there, and now it's kind of also an AI company technically. All these companies are going to go like public very soon, at least partially, and they threw out a lot of rules to do it. And also, I've been following the story from streamers that I follow that cover this sort of stuff. I like Atrioc. He tells me a lot about like what's going on in all finance and shit, as well as, you know, cool stuff as well. Very good. I like his stuff. Anyway, what it basically seems to me is like these big IPOs coming up, like SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI, they are set up so that, and rules were thrown out such that when they hit the market, it won't be long until the general public gets to just buy them in and their 401ks, basically. It's not long until 401ks can just be dumped in there pretty much automatically, because 401ks automatically buy the top whatever stocks, and these ones are all penning themselves in for like, yeah, just put me at the top from the start. Thank you. That was our last try, by the way. It's worrisome to see all that stuff coming together. It's scary, and, you know, it definitely seems like a case where a lot of the risk and of, like, infinite growth is, well, obviously you can't continue growing forever. Like SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, none of them can continue growing forever. And it seems like setting this all up, going public, is a great way to A, draw in more and more investment money, and B, make it so that the 401ks can all just buy in and prop all this shit up bigly. You know, they've kind of run out of private money to prop up OpenAI, Anthropic, and all that. And it seems like to me they need 401ks, all of them, to just pile in there and go hog wild. And I am concerned. Part of me also goes like, well, if this is a bomb, here's my dark thought, which is like, well, if it's going to dump all that stuff on 401ks, then these seem pretty well set up to be dumped on the public. Does that mean, like, if you get in slightly before the 401ks do, that you're pretty much good to go? Does that mean that, like, oh, you know, once the 401ks all pile in, it'll like double, and like whatever money you put in now will be doubled coming out? Certainly for the SpaceX people, for Elon Musk and whatever the fuck, they will be feeling that. I wonder if, like, you know, normal people who might need money to live also should be thinking, like, is this like a everyone all in right now, and then just hope the hell that, you know, when the 401ks prop all that shit up. Here's the thing I think, right? Which is that, God, I do not believe in SpaceX. I do not believe in X Twitter as like a good tumor on the side of that probably otherwise pretty good company. I've heard good things about their, like, space networking, Space Link or whatever it's called. That's like a genuinely good company, but I don't really have faith in that. I don't have faith in Anthropic. I don't have faith in OpenAI. But I do have faith that the amount of rigging that they've already done to sort of stack the cards and dump it on the public, I do believe the public is going to end up buying in. I do believe 401ks are going to end up holding, like, all this risk that, you know, that, like, the companies themselves have been, you know, I do believe that the bag holder is going to be 401ks in the end. So part of me is just looking at that going, like, you know, when the Iran war was happening, it was still happening, but when the market just went up and then down immediately after it didn't end, you know, you can't, don't you just look at that and go, like, oh my God, if I had, like, done some amount of, like, betting against that as far as the market goes, you know, buying a high, selling low, whatever, or buying low and then selling at its, like, super stupid peak, as, you know, predictable things happen predictably, like, you know, maybe I wouldn't have to worry about all that stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's just better to sit back and just let the banks get all the money for themselves, and just get your stupid 4% interest or whatever a bank gives you. If for, you know, there's that thing, there's that quote in Futurama where the rich guy is like, you know, my chauffeur tells me a bank is where poor people keep money that's not properly invested. And part of me can't help but go, like, that's actually really true. That's actually genuinely a true statement. We are all fucking up by not, like, just, you know, at the very least doing it, taking the middleman of bank out of the equation. I don't know. Thank you, Rictendo. We weren't able to do it. I'm hitting dismiss. It took you 3 days to clear check? Gotcha. Well, we weren't able to clear it ourselves. I guess I'm ready for Avengers Secret War. I don't know. That's a long ways away. Jeez. It's been so long since an Avengers movie. I'll watch that one. I don't know. They haven't really put out a good Marvel movie in a while. It's been kind of a dry spell for the last 5 years, basically. There's been some okay ones, but nothing that, like, I would want to watch again ever. Folks! Do you know what... Also, Doomsday is the thing, yes. Doomsday is probably sooner, right? I don't know when Doomsday is. It's probably... Is that just right around the corner or something? I don't know. Folks! Folks, do you know what time it is? That's right. It is time for the lightning round. It's just past 8:30, which is the time I promised earlier was when the lightning round would start. And, we are starting in on the lightning round then. Here in the lightning round, we will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes our way, refreshing at checkpoints, and also additional tries under additional circumstances, such as the first level of the night, and clear condition wise. For super worlds and levels of 4% difficulty, 4% clear rates or under, I will have 2 bonus heads that can be represented by a whole bunch of stuff. As you can see there, look, there's a whole bunch of different heads. Let me randomize real fast. Yoshi. You see, there's a bunch of them, and you'll get one of them if your level is below 4%, 4% or lower, or a super world. If your level is 0.4% or lower, or the first level of the night in the lightning round, which would be 06i this time. 06i, please confirm, by the way. I think 06i is always good for it. 06i is about to say hi. In those case, you will get an additional 5 tries represented by these lovely, lovely helmets. These lovely, lovely 5 helmets, and that is a grand total of 12 tries. Maximum. Let's punch in this code and do it. I didn't like... Okay, good. I didn't accidentally hit a button or something. Water is good. Let's do this. I'm going to drink more water and type in my code with my other hand as I do so. It's good to hydrate. The Goomba is a helmet. The Goomba is one of the most helmets. You should really be objecting to the shoe and the spin drill. Those kind of stretch the definition of helmets, but the Goomba is one of the most helmets of them all. Limited time bombs is the name of the level. Limited time bombs, so... bombs times 2. What does that mean? Does that mean we can only bomb twice? Yes, we can only bomb twice. How does that work? How does that work? I guess I could look at their whole setup. There's a whole setup over there under the thing. So after I bomb once, somehow that lets the mushroom go under the thing, and the mushroom then triggers whatever it needs to trigger. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Some sort of lag thing. You only bomb twice. Kinda sounds like a James Bond title. Little bit. A little bit like a James Bond title. Just a little bit. In this room, you only bomb 3 times. Let's think about where we want to bomb. Oh, I see where we want to bomb. We want to bomb into this wall here. I don't know why we wouldn't just, like, bomb straight into it. Let me just, carefully. Ooh, is that gonna be close enough? Yes, just barely. By the way, going from the Donkey Kong, arcade Donkey Kong to Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's different. Yeah, it's a pretty different game. I really like Bonanza, myself, personally. Arcade, it's not really my jam as much. What? I just did this room. Just different room? Different room. This one looks like more of a puzzle. I think we have to bomb it from the top. Oh, shit. Oh, this is not gonna work out. Okay, that wasn't it. It's the arcade you should play, and that's, you should play once and that's it. I mean, I'm just not as big into it. Also, the way that I played it was was DK64, where you only have 1 life. That's miserable. That's, they did everyone really dirty there. People who wanted to have a good time. Maybe this wall? Yes! Beautiful. Yeah, I hated that. Totally. Just gave me a real bad taste. I will say, by the way, our tries refresh whenever we pass a checkpoint with new progress, which we have in this case. Man, these mechanisms, they are very elaborate. Okay, another ×3 puzzle here. I think in this case, it's coming in from above. No. No. Not at all. Very wrong. From the side, I guess it's always the side. It's always the side. This one I'd be surprised with how many frequent checkpoints we're getting. And like how generous this is. I'd be surprised if we ran out of like all 12 lives here, but possible. Very possible. I'm gonna guess right here. I don't know. This doesn't look like it's no, I already lost. I will say, I still do have more cards, and let's continue cranking away at them. Let's continue doing them as we go through. Super Mario 2 Mario Madness is not that good. It's just Doki Doki. I like Mario 2 more than Lost Levels. And it is just that, but Doki Doki is just a game that people liked enough where it made sense to use as Mario, you know. And certainly I do think they made a better, it's better that than the actual, damn it. Better than the actual game, which was not very good at all. Do another card. I did watch an episode each of the Spider Noir show and Andor last weekend. I mentioned last week that I was thinking about pitching it to the folks, to the parents as like thing we could watch. And I did indeed do that. We did indeed watch like one episode each of each show. I'll say we probably have actually really watched like a second of Andor before, because I don't know, it kind of left me a little bit bored. Not super engaged with Andor so far from the first episode. I did like the bit where the corporate guy was like trying to figure out who murdered the stormtroopers. Like, that's kind of a fun B plot. But the A plot was kind of just a guy running around being like, oh, I'm so, you know, I'm out to rebel, you know, I gotta do a thing. You know, I'm a bad motherfucker. It's fine, you know, it's cool, but, wasn't really that enthused. Didn't really get me yet. Maybe it's a grower, not a shower. Let me know if it's a grower, not a shower. I could definitely watch more, I guess. As far as the Spider Noir goes, again, I also thought it was okay. You know, the action was nice. It was pretty cool. And, you know, I liked Nick Cage. We got a checkpoint, so we refresh our lives now. Lovely. We figured out that puzzle. I like Nick Cage, you know, so like, I reckon here, we go over there. Wait, but how then? No, this is definitely not it. Oh, we have four, actually, okay. But that's not enough, okay. Definitely doing something from above, because there's not, you can't get through from below, but, yeah. Mario 3 is better than 1 and 2 and Lost Levels, that is true. Mario 3 basically rivals World for, best classic 2D Mario, I would say. Would it be good to blow through on a lower level? Let's try it, you know? Let's do it. Let's take a life and just blow through this way. I don't have the height. Also the time. Curious. Anyway, I'll say I wasn't super enthused by either. My ma, I think, liked Andor more, and my dad liked Spider-Man more. So that's just a sign that further that I don't know that like or I think it might have been the other way. I think my dad liked Spider-Man more, and my ma liked Andor more. There's not like a consensus there on like what we should watch next, you know, tomorrow if I go over there. Apparently it's like raining pretty bad tomorrow, so it might be a rain check on that. Might not be a family dinner this weekend, but whatever, you know, it is what it is, and I don't know what's up with this puzzle. I know exactly we need to approach it different. I know that there's going to be more Avatar movies. They've been saying that for like 10 years. They've been saying that since they made the first one. I do believe there's always going to be like at least 5-7 of them. 5 to 7 of them. They gotta go to Earth by the end of the thing, right? They gotta go to Earth and be like, hey, what's up? Avatars on Earth. Here they are. Okay, so... if I, like, blasted a hole in this lower level, would that be a better way to, like, go across? It is! It is a better way to go across! That's it! That's good! Eventually, Zype. Good puzzle, good puzzle. Eventually, your level will be up. You know, I'll say, this being the lightning around and all, you can expect this to go at a faster pace than previously. Though, you know, when we have a lot of tries and a level doesn't kill you that fast, you know, we're probably going to spend all the time we would have done previously. Ooh, I don't think this is gonna hit. Okay, that's not the answer. I think the answer is going to be at a lower level, just throwing at a lower level. I don't know what we're going to do next if we watch a movie tomorrow. I think I'd like to watch a movie tomorrow, and if we do, I know that we've been looking at Marty Supreme, I think is the name of that movie. Been looking at Marty Supreme, maybe, or Nuremberg, and those are both long movies that require a lot of time, so if we do them, they'll, you know, I'll have to get there earlier. And, yeah, that's not it. Not quite it. And, I think I'd like to do that, honestly. I think that sounds nice. I think I'd like to watch a movie. Have you seen the Goat movie? The Goat movie. I've not heard of the Goat movie by Sony. What is the Goat movie? I feel like, you know, I don't see as many movies as, perhaps some do. Oh, damn it. Oh! I sorted it, and that's... might not have helped at all. In fact, it definitely didn't help at all. That didn't help at all. Destroyed more than I would have done. You're gonna go see Masters of the Universe soon? Nice, yeah, that's a hot new movie right now. One of, a handful of hot new movies. Do you need a hint for the first one? I'll take a hint. I'll take a hint if you want. And honestly, folks, if y'all want to, like, take a stab and go, like, go top, maybe? I don't mind that amount of back seating, you know? I feel like, you know, with a level like this, it's possible we're all just sort of figuring it out together. You know, we all can just figure it out together and go, you know, go at it, can I throw far enough to get into that thing? Okay, now that I have sort of a nice cavity open, maybe I can, oh! Can I, like, arrow? Can I, like, arrow that thing a little bit more? It almost looks like to me that I might be able to arrow that bomb, nudge it just a little bit. It also seems silly since no other ones of these have required any amount of, yeah, but, maybe this one's, like, low. No. There's definitely not enough bombs to blow through here. Downward style. 2. And I can blow another 2. And then another 2. Okay, the downwards route is not viable. As is the top route. The top route, also not viable. Could it be something like this? Wait, no, that won't work. Because that doesn't actually clear the top route. It's just... Hang on! Hang on! Damn it! That was looking really good. That was looking really good, and then it, my bomb was in a hole. So close. I liked that. I liked that, that was a good setup. But we're just missing something here. Top is viable. Let's try the top then. Top 1. And then trying to work out. Shit. Okay, this one's already blown. If I can get that, do 2 on the top. If I can do 2 on the top, and then maybe throw it down low. You have to leave right as soon as you're done. Can you do mine soon? Well, we do them in the order they're submitted, Zeit. I'll say. That's just fair to everyone. I will say, levels like this are sort of a rare breed. Most levels are faster in the lightning round. Most levels really crank. Or, you know, we crank through them, at least. Here's how we do this. I got it. No! This is like a rare, weird exception. We'll be done with this soon, and then yeah, you need. I'll say there are options to skip the line. There are options to come up. Twitch subs can redeem once a stream an express pass, and if anyone else wants to use their express pass on behalf of Zype, you know, I would allow that. You can also get an instant refresh, which refreshes our lives, and I hope that this one. Hope that we don't get an instant refresh on this one. That would be... Yeah! That was it! So, we got like one more little puzzle thing here then. Cool. And we got progress too. Nope, that's the end. Nice. Very good. Very cool. Shit, yeah. GG's all around. Everyone is really complimentary. And, yeah. Let me hit complete. And now it's Lucius's turn. Now it is Lucius's turn. Lucius, go ahead and confirm for me. Lucius, SMM2, you know what to do. Fun. Seems like sometimes the shared chat, when it's transferring messages in between one side and the other, seems like it gets it in a different order. That's interesting. What the... That's just, who can say? Whatever. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Lucius, do say, when you can see this, if you're not here, it will be sudden death. You know how it is. You know how we do. And, yeah. Let's do another card. I also have been watching The Office again. Still watching The Office again. Having a good old time with it. Just sort of cranking through the seasons, through the episodes. Right now, I'm, I think, towards the end of Season 4, which was a solid season. I think. The main thrust of it was the whole... I feel like the biggest component of it was the Holly arc. You know, where Holly comes to town and Michael Scott has a great little relationship with Holly, but I'll say in retrospect, that whole arc is really short, really quick. And probably the bigger thing is the whole Dunder Infinity thing and the whole arc of, you know, of Dunder Mifflin Infinity, where, like, they get a website for the first time, which at the time was like, you know, not everyone had a website at the time. It was sometimes a relatively new thing. Let's see what we got here. This is a 3% clear rate, and this is a 65. If we only have 2 tries, if Lucius doesn't confirm, let's do the latest. But Lucius, if you want, we can do the this one as well. I feel like we stand a good chance, even with, you know, with a regular lightning round allotment of lives. Let's do it. I'm really enjoying The Office again. It's a wonderful show. I feel like with how much I love Holly and I love Michael Scott with Holly, it's surprising to realize there's kind of just like 3-4 episodes of them being together, and then, you know, of them being in the crowd. And then hey Frog Mood Marco, there's only like 2 episodes. There's only like 2-3 episodes of them actually dating, which is so wild in retrospect because it's like one of the best relationships in the show, and it's over so quick. The Office rules. Let's do it. Lucius, you can confirm at any time, and I'll convert you over to regular lightning round. I'm going to go with your latest, considering that it is your latest, and also I think we'll be able to do this even in sudden death. 2 tries is all we get, and this level seems pretty easy. So clear rate wise, in fact, as I'm playing it now, it seems like the kind of level where you can't die. So how did like a little under half of people die here? I don't know. They found a way, I guess. Maybe they just timed out. That seems wacky. Not that difficult. Just throw a boomerang. How hard is that? We got a checkpoint and a save. This is a very generous stage. And even if you time out, you know, there's like checkpoints and all that, so you're not going through the whole level again. Just parts of it. Oh, whatever. We got this, folks. In this case, I guess we have to defend against Koopas. But, like, the timing is so generous, just as soon as you, as their head starts peeking out, just throw the boomerang and it's just automatic. It's basically automatic. Boss! Here, we need to throw 4 of them in to kill the boss. Fortunately, it is very, very, very easy. And then we're done. Perfect! Still a little bit too hard for the little Timmies. I feel like, you know, I don't know, man. I wouldn't underestimate little Timmies. When I was a kid, I was playing Donkey Kong Country, and I was pretty okay at it, you know. And the kids these days, they play Fortnite, and I don't know, they play other games as well, I'm sure. It's a pretty demanding game, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't underestimate little Timmies. They like it's not hard. They pick it up fast, I think. I don't know. I'll be curious when my nephew starts being able to play games. I'll say again what I've been saying for the last few weeks. Yoshi and Mysterious Book, fantastic first game for kids. Definitely would be, I think, a good one for my nephew. He's like 2 and 2.5. Not 2.5 yet, but he's like coming up on 2.5. Very good. I'm hitting complete, and Itagarasu is up next. Ida was just underestimating the little Timmies. Don't underestimate the little Timmies. It is really good, Ida. I'll say. In fact, let me pull the next card, which I don't think we've gotten to the yes, Superworld. That's right, Superworld. I got you. We haven't gotten yet to the card that actually says about mysterious book, but by pulling it, pulling a card, I am getting closer to that. I finished Dorohedoro Season 2. Oh hey, the first anime of the season to finish. Dorohedoro had a Season 2 this last couple months. It just ended, and pretty good. I don't know. I'll give it a 4 out of 5. I'm just realizing here's the show anime button. Need to put the show anime button back. So, if you don't know Dorohedoro, it's a very, very weird show set in a very, very weird world where magic people who have magic powers sort of experiments on people without magic, and as such, people without magic kind of hate the people with magic and want to kill them. And also, the main guy has like a lizard head. It's been so long since I've seen Season 1, and part of the problem with Season 2 is it does not do much to refresh your memory as far as that goes, and even then, like, things are changing, new factions are rolling in, new factions are like, you know, being destroyed, being, you know, characters are being mutilated or transforming or disappearing for no reason that even the characters know. It is a very confusing show to watch. I feel like as a result, I was definitely less into it than I was the first season, unfortunately. But, you know, even if it does need an explainer and it's hard to know what's going on, I will say I did, in a vacuum, the stuff that's happening, even if you don't know why it's happening, is cool, is very weird, and is evocative, and good time, honestly. I thought it was like a 4 out of 5. Solid, I guess would be a word I could use. But, man, it's... I don't know what happened in, like, half of it, and, you know, it is what it is. That's, my thoughts on that. I will say, as far as anime this season, it is the first one to end. Yeah, Season 1 was like 6 years ago, so I can probably be excused for not remembering thing one about it. It's been forever. Also, like, it just loves its plot twist. It just loves twisting, and even after a few episodes, you know, things are still changing so much that you're like, okay, well, who are those guys now? Where did the main character go? Is the main character going to come back? Who are we supposed to be following? Who do we want to win in this fight? I don't know. I don't know who I'm supposed to be sympathizing with anymore. And, just generally feeling very confused about that. I will say that, like, it is the first of the anime to end this season, and I don't think any other anime is ending until like 2 weeks from now. So, you know, this is just a very early bits of anime for us, and we'll get more, you know, in a couple weeks' time, I suppose. Next week should be pretty chill, and you know, I don't have any more anime to talk about. Though I will say, hey, did y'all see today's Botan? It's really good. I really like that show and the things that happen in it. Let's fucking go. You know what I mean? If you saw the episode, you probably know what I mean. Anyway, say no more. It's a great show. I love, you know, I love a little, if you don't know, Botan Kamina blooms when she has a drink, or whatever the name of the show is a show about a college girl who drinks with another college girl, and it is clearly Yuri. You know, they are clearly, you know, the first episode very much is just like, you know, yeah, the dynamic is they drink a little bit, And then the one girl says very suggestive things, and the other girl's like, oh, huh, hello. Phrasing, but hey, you know, whatever. That's and it's real good. Real good episode today. That's the only show I watched before the stream, by the way. So if like Snowball Earth had a really good episode, I didn't see it. Let me say. Instead, I went out for pizza and watched the SGF. I had some pizza and I watched the SGF. Hey Marcus, how you doing? Let me go ahead and hit complete for you, Ida. That was a good 1-1. Perfectly good 1-1 there. Apologies for talking about lesbians throughout its duration, but you know, I'll say I like that a lot. I like that's a thing I like a lot. A little bit of you know, cute girls, you know, it's good stuff. Nora is up next. The content. Nora, go ahead and confirm. And yeah, how about we talk about something else? I think the next card is a little bit of sad news insofar as RIP, rest in peace, Anthony Head, who, if you don't know, was the actor who played Giles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, back in the you know, late 90s, early aughts. Very sad. You know, like I said earlier, off the cuff, randomly, when talking about TV shows, I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and shit if I didn't think that, like, Giles was, like, cool as fuck for being an older gentleman, you know? One of the coolest mentor figures I think I can think of in, like, film, TV, etc. You know, he is such a fun grump. He is also low-key kind of cool, and also I like his relationships with I liked his relationships with characters such as Miss Calendar and Buffy's mom. Like, that was all some very fun little sides sometimes, and genuinely well done romances. You know, I guess romantic subplots would be the word. Maybe not, you know, it wouldn't. They're not exactly like on the level of, like, you know, a rom-com or nothing, but they were good matches, and I liked to see them. And I liked him training Buffy. He was always real good at that. I liked his song in Once More with Feeling. And shit, you know, he was just an amazing actor, an amazing character. I don't think I saw that much more of him. I understand he had a few other roles that he was known for other than Buffy, but, you know, that's where I knew him, and goddamn, he was good. Goddamn, like, I don't know anyone else could have done that. I say that. I can't imagine anyone else in the Giles role, honestly. And I am thinking now as I'm saying Giles, which is kind of hard, you know, it's not spelt like that. I am remembering when the Buffy bot was not programmed to say his name correctly. That was very funny. That's what I'm thinking right now as I'm smiling. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is damn good. I could go for a rewatch of Buffy one of these days, one of these weeks, one of these months. I'm not that far from the end of Good The Office, so I don't know. Let's play the level. The clear rate is 1 over 36. I think that means it's like, what? Let me check. What's 1 over 36? That's like a third, a little bit less than a third. So it's like 2.5. Okay, so we get these bonus heads, and we get them to be randomized, and there we go. Let's do it. The amazing item guessing game. Is this going to be like a quiz? This is going to be like, which item do you prefer? Which item will defeat the guy? What? Okay, this is not like a quiz. This is more like pick a pipe. Or no, it's not like pick a pipe. Instead, what it is you okay, you get an item randomly and then do what you do with it. Okay. I think that's neat. And if we die, we'll get another item, but we're not going to die. And also, it is true that if you get hit, that's just it for your item. And now it doesn't matter which item you took. In this case, we got the boomerang. It's nice that there's multiple times. That makes it so that we get a little bit of multiple things. The boomerang, I guess maybe like, hey, whichever item you get some different routes. Like the boomerang can just sort of run across this whole hit situation. That's cool. What will your run through the level be like? Maybe completely different from mine. Probably completely different from mine. Unless you, like, you know, do all the same routes, I guess. If you do all the same routes, all the same question mark blocks, you will get the same, it will be consistent. It will not be random. And also, if you take a hit, you're, you know, fuck.
Oh no!
Well, hey, now we can see a different route. Let's see a different route. This time we got, fuck, a mushroom, which is way worse than a fire flower. That's actually not better. That's... Great. And some of those bees fuck up our being small. Make it hard to be small. Okay, this time we're getting a different route and we're gonna get good items. What up? That's even worse! Now we can't even take a hit. And those bees are still fucky. What about this one? A spring. I guess that's better than a 1-up. But I prefer a mushroom to a spring. Turns out we picked the right one, the right option on this first go around, first time. We got really lucky and we picked right. Mind you, this spring route is not that bad. It's actually pretty alright. I don't mind the spring route. Okay, this time, let's go far right. We are going to be ignored by all the enemies now. So, for this, I guess jump up here. Uh-oh. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. All right, success. Did you play the Leto level yet? No, I don't think so. You submitted it earlier and then took a nap, Marcus? I think that we're still, yeah. Yeah. No, that was really crazy, but it was certainly something. I can't get up there and get into that checkpoint, can I? What am I doing? You passed out? Gotcha. Good to have you back. This time we know that the best thing is the fire flower. That Leto. We'll keep it or keep resetting the speedrun, up to you. It's up to you, man. Whatever you think is whatever you want me to do, I'm down for it. I'm cool with whatever. I'm not terribly picky. I will say we do have You know, there is still with, you know, still, I would love you to... What the fuck is this power-up? I got a bomb. Worthless! I think I might have blown it. Is there no way to proceed if you... I think there's no way to proceed if you do that. If you pick the bomb and you aren't on the right side of the wall jump situation. You can send me a new precision platformer. That sounds fun. Whatever you want to do, Marcus. Whatever anyone else wants to do, I'm good with anything. Whatever you think is best, whatever you think is fun, whatever you think is not fun. If you want to give me a hard time, it's all up to you. Hey, Nora. Oh, did Nora not... Shit, I chose the bad one again. I feel like we might have forgotten to wait for a confirmation before doing this level. It's fine. It worked out. There we go. Just run and hope for the best. And here, we're going to get a good power-up this time. Pow helmet. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now I can do pow twice and get here. And that gets us through that room. Are we done? I'm thinking one more. And I'm thinking far left. Give me something good. A mushroom. Okay. I'm not loving the look of this section. But I'm going to do what I can here. Carefully jump across the blinking blocks. Carefully jump across these gray mushrooms. Yeah! Okay, there's the end. Fuck!
Oh no!
We got shunted into a hole, and the ending was stolen away from us at the last second there. One more attempt, one more life. We nearly got it. It's a hard level to do. We've gotten so many different experiences. But, just think, we almost did it first try. But, you know, not so lucky, not so lucky. Okay. I should try to get a good one. Wait, isn't this bomb? Fuck, this is bomb. And we have no power-ups. I believe there is a fire flower path. Fire flower is definitely the best one of them.
Oh no!
Nope. Okay, Nora, that's all we can do for now. We're all out of tries and all that. Wow, those took a while. Those last a bit. Those were 7 really good tries, I think. 7 really good tries. That's real neat level, but yeah, you know, hard. Try 2, 3, 4, and then 1. That's probably the route. Thanks for the tip. Maybe a little earlier next time. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss there. Thank you. I'll say, you can always get that back in there. We can always do it again after we go through Q one more time. This being the lightning round, it won't be too long until we're back around to the start of it. But TOS is up next. TOS, go ahead and confirm for me. Let me just see if TOS said anything in a minute. Goodbye, Zype. You have a good one. Nice to meet you. Hope to see you on many future streams and all that. Like I said, I'm streaming on Sunday. See me back on Sunday and probably a few more times next week. We'll see what happens with the Sunday stream and how much more of it is left at the end of a long stream. TOS, go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, another card. Did y'all see that YouTubers are beating Star Wars right now? I'm of course talking about Backrooms and Obsession, two horror movies that are outgrossing the latest Star Wars film, as well as there's also that what is that movie that's like from a big franchise that's just coming out? I feel like I've seen people talk about it. Wasn't someone talking about it earlier in chat? New movie about to come out? I think that one also maybe is like figured to do less than a Backrooms and Excursion, which, you know, tell me, like what was it? There's a movie coming out. It's from a franchise. Who cares? Okay. Those two movies are not from franchises, are not from big established studios, or just from 20-somethings that happen to run YouTube channels, have a following, and maybe some amount of existing interest. Insofar as, like, you know, the guy who did Backrooms apparently got his start doing found footage type horror stuff on YouTube, basically Backrooms type content, which I understand to be an existing thing. I never encountered Backrooms myself as a lad. I guess I say as a lad. That shit is like 5 years old, isn't it? It's like 10 years old. I never encountered it as a 20-something at the time, a late 20-something at the time, but I do believe has like a lore and a tradition, and all that is adding up to more than what, you know, Mandalorian and Grogu can match, apparently, and that's very interesting to me, very fascinating to me, and apparently, you know, Gen Z, which famously does not watch that many movies, they're going out and seeing these things because they like YouTube, and they like YouTubers, and I guess they like weird horror type things. Obviously, Backrooms is, I say obviously, Backrooms is apparently like based on the horror of empty shopping malls or weird, and Obsession is based on like apparently it's about like a love potion type situation where a girl is made to be in love with the dude, and she is just way too in love with the dude to a creepy degree, is what I hear, and that sounds cool. That sounds interesting, sounds original, and personally I think that in this world of just like sequel, known quantity, reboot, you know, I think there is something to be said for just like, oh, it's something new, something you've never heard of before, from someone you trust to do good stuff. It's original, it's interesting. I feel like there's an appetite for that shit, and apparently especially so among Gen Z. Apparently Gen Z does not care about all the stuff that, you know, my generation cares about, that the corporations have been making bank on for the last couple decades, you know. They want to see something new, and God bless them, you know. I think that's great. I think that's, you know, personally, I also get tired of seeing, like, oh, it's a known quantity. You kind of could see that when I was talking about, like, Summer Games Fest, and, like, the things that people were most excited about was just like, yeah, it's a known quantity. We know what it is, basically, from the moment you say the name of the thing, and say that it's, like, a Silent Hill or whatever. Okay, yeah. Well, I didn't play that. I never played any Silent Hills, so I'd probably start with, like, 2 or something, and not the one that you're putting out now, so that doesn't do anything for me. It's kind of boring, actually. And probably, hey, maybe Zoomers who did not grow up with Silent Hill 2 were not the right age to play Silent Hill 2 at the time. Maybe they're feeling that, but like 10 times more. Insofar as just like, yeah, no, I never watched that. Yeah, I'm just was already at the 10th movie by the time they were like, you know, in diapers. I don't know. Maybe not literally, but they were a lot younger than we were. And then at the time when this whole trend got out of control, and you know, I can understand them being entirely fatigued, and you know, I hope that Hollywood takes some good lessons from this, I guess, and just opens the franchises like in more people, lets more people make movies, I guess, is what I hope. Or the other thing might happen, which is just that, you know, I saw oh cool, this is like a song. It's like a song, but sometimes you might die. It is the Unfound Revenge / Smashing song. That is the one from like Kirby / Smash Bros. This is like Kirby, right? I'm going at it. Fuck! Ah. Alright, the POW cannot hit everyone. Going at a very slow speed. Now I am dead. TOS is not confirmed. That's all we can do at this time. Okay, at this junction. Unless TOS wants to say something right now. Let me drink a little bit of my water and then we'll move on. I think it is interesting, the success that they are finding, and I'm very curious to see, like, can a YouTuber, like, have success like that with something that isn't a horror movie? Like, do that with not a horror movie, and show that, like, that like, Zoomers and whatever are willing to go to the theater for a comedy or something, or for, like, an action film made by YouTubers, and, I'll be impressed. I'll be like, oh, that might be something I'm more interested in, even. I'm not a big horror person. There's been a couple horror movies I've watched and enjoyed, like, you know, Get Out, and, you know, I saw Parasite. The biggest and most, reputable ones. I saw Weapons. It was pretty good. Liked the ending a lot of Weapons. That was a very fun ending. Sinners. Sinners was fucking great. There's definitely horror movies I've seen, but, like, I'm more into, like, the action side of it, or, like, if they're funny at all, like, the suspense and the scary bits, that's not really my jam. I don't know that I'm really terribly interested myself in these two movies, but I think it is remarkable that they are doing good, and, you know, it's definitely like a sea change, just like a changing of the guard, insofar as, like, yeah, now young people are making movies, and those movies are successful, much to the chagrin of old people who kind of just assumed that they would be the ones making movies for the rest of their lives, and then when they died, maybe no more movies, I guess was the thought. Or maybe they would anoint, like, a new movie maker who makes movies in the classic way and doesn't touch YouTube. I mean, the obvious thing to really think about is, like, okay, well, you know, small movie people are going to make small movies, and if you're going to make small movies somewhere, it's YouTube. Like, where else would you post them? You know, people who, like, used to do, like, backyard movie stuff, like, you know, Steven Spielberg, like, actual directors, obviously, they got their start, like, just messing around with camcorders as teenagers or whatever, you know, back before the internet. Obviously, if you're the equivalent of that, your equivalent of that involves actually posting it to YouTube, actually getting an audience, actually growing, and finding your people, and, like, that's all cool. That's kind of the way it's done now, and I guess it probably shouldn't be a surprise that, like, oh, people who make independent films on YouTube can also make them for the theater as well. Oh. Wow. Weird. Even though they're, like, 20? Yeah. There's been young directors before, except this time they're like, you know, they like the post on the thing. They got an audience now. It's weird. Okay. That stuff's all very interesting to me. I'm kind of curious where that's all going. And Waluigi is up next, by the way. Do I have, what's the next card here? Is it another, like, I think we're getting into some topics that are video game related next. Those are the next ones on my thing. Any last thoughts as far as movies go? There's been some talk about the Avengers stuff and all that, all the known quantities, big movies from franchises and all that. And I'll say I'm not terribly enthused anymore, and I feel like the ones that have left things on cliffhangers, I haven't really felt the need to go watch their new entries. Like I saw that like the new Mission Impossible is on streaming. The new one, the second part, the part 2 to Dead Reckoning, Final Reckoning. I saw Dead Reckoning, never saw Final Reckoning. I should go watch that because I watched the first part, but honestly, after like multiple years of no part 2, I've kind of lost interest. I bet it's a fun movie, but it's also probably like 2.5 hours long. I like shorter movies. That's another thing I feel like, you know, which is a problem with movies these days, is a lot of people just go out there and they want to make 2-hour movies, you know. It's also a thing with TV shows I find, you know. I'm talking about earlier as like I wasn't really feeling Andor and Spider Noir. Part of that probably is they are like 40-minute movie episodes that take things nice and slow to the point where I get bored and I don't really have anything to really feel. You know, I watch a lot of anime, and all that anime is like 20 minutes long. I like that. 90 minutes for a movie, one and done, I can do that as well. 2 hours, that's a bit much. 2.5, oh, you're killing me here. You're killing me here with that. Even while I'm in between opportunities, I don't exactly want to spend that amount of time on a movie. I don't know. I should probably watch more movies, put on more movies. I did watch a bunch of the Disney movies last month or so, and that was a lot of fun and all, but I do feel like I don't necessarily want to jump into more movies. Also, all those Disney movies are very short, so they're very easy to just like fit into a night. Very easy to just put one on and work on the stuff I want to work upon. You know, my personal projects and all that, as I do. Alright, we've gotten through all these pokey jumps. These, dang it! We got through like most of these pokey jumps. These look real scary, but they're not that bad. They're not really that bad. Just gotta start moving when you're at the... It's hard to explain. Apparently I don't have it as down as I thought I did. We're all out of tries unless Waluigi says hello. And that they are active and all that. We're still good, right? We're still trucking. We haven't like dropped, the stream is still good, right? Yes, looks like no drop frames or anything. Okay, just checking, making sure that Waluigi can see. If ever like the internet went down midstream, I guess I could just finish it off stream and either, hey, hope for the thing to come back later, or we could take a break. I don't know. I probably could just finish it off and then post the VOD later, and that would be like fine. Not ideal, but what else would I do in that scenario? Had some internet problems earlier this week. Lucky they were not on Friday, I'll say that much. Lucky they were not on a day where I was planning to stream. Lucky. Okay, thank you, Waluigi. Let's go ahead and hit this miss. And next up is Mathlete. Mathlete, you are up. Go ahead and confirm for me. Mathlete. It is your turn. You are up. And let me punch this in, and also do another level, another card while I'm at it. Let me pull another card while I do so. I've been playing Mina the Hollower. Yes, we've gotten into games I've been playing talk. I've been playing a bunch of Mina the Hollower the last week. It's been a lovely game. I'll say if you saw my initial stream of it, if you saw my initial stream of it, you might get the impression that it is a Zelda-type game made by the Shovel Knight people. And my initial impression was pretty rough. I thought it was pretty mean at first, you know. And I'll say it is pretty mean, but I will also say it is pretty mean at first. Once you get over the hump of like the first area, the first 5 areas, first 5 hours or so, I'll say it gets a lot more reasonable, to the point where I first tried like half of the bosses since, you know, the first major area. The second and third major bosses I first timed, and the fourth and fifth ones were not that difficult. I have now on to the fourth and fifth. Is that right? Second, third. I guess the fourth I didn't first try. Trying to do them there's that area, and then there's like 6 areas in total. I am working on the I like how it starts off hard at 20 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. I would say it's difficult for like the first 5 hours. But like after a few hours after I was my stream ended and I played it off stream, I got like, you know, more health. I got like armor that increased my health by 25%. I got trinkets that make me a lot more tanky, a lot more able to sustain myself, and things got a lot more trivial to manage to deal with, to the point where I would say that I have no issue recommending the game, even if you thought it looked hard. There are accessibility options to help you through if you really need them, but really, like, once you're out over that hump, I have not had the thought of needing those accessibility options. And a lot of the things that are dickish about the way that it designs all of its crap really get ameliorated as you get more trinkets and more space for trinkets, and basically any issue that I had during that stream, there is probably a trinket for it that will resolve the problem, make it trivial, and you know, it's not that big a deal, honestly. Maybe I can jump to the left or something? I don't know. But what I do know is that I'm out of tries for now. Lest Mathlete say the word. I'll continue talking about Mina. It's a great game. I really enjoy the hell out of it. I've gotten through 4 of the 6 areas. I'm heading into the 5th area now, and I have I have access to the 6th area as well. So basically, I'm like 6th of the way. I'm 2/3 of the way through the game, having a wonderful time. I think I would like to 100% it, like to find everything, every little collectible, every little trinket, every little etc. And it seems like it has some features there to help you do that. Though I don't know, you know, it just tells you like how much stuff is in each area. It doesn't tell you like where to look. I'm curious that maybe there's like more accessibility stuff you can find that really will like guide you to the shit, or maybe you just wander around each area for like an hour or two. In any case, I'm having a great time. The bones have become so much easier to get in late game. It is pretty outrageous, pretty ridiculous, and I really don't have a bad thing to say about it now that I spent a good long time with it. I do think it is a delightful game, and definitely one of the best games of the year, I would say. Easily. The early game is rough. It does have a real hump to get over, but once you get over that hump, it's like smooth sailing. It's like not hard at all. It's a little ridiculous. I feel like they should have put a little more effort into helping with that initial startup. But once you're past that, it's lovely. It's really not that bad at all. I'll say though, you know, you might know me as I do like a randomizer, and there is a built-in randomizer in Mia the Hollower. You might be wondering if I should be interested in that. I think Zype had to go, so I think we just have to truck on with that. So Zype, if you are still around, you can say so right now. I think Zype had to go though, so sudden death it is. I will say, of being the Hollowers randomizer, I do think as far as I am concerned, this is not the kind of game that really benefits from randomization insofar as it is set up so basically you can do anything you want, anything in the game, pretty much from the moment go. You know, they're not really limited by, like, power-ups or trinkets or items or even sub-weapons or things of that nature. There's a couple of sub-weapons that are, like, stop you, you know, you do need to do certain optional stuff. Like, you need the ability to get over a pit if you need to get over a pit. Oh, thank you. Zype. Very, has my name in it. How about that? Let's do this. Here we go. Wow, look at that. It's a level with my name on it. Never seen such a thing. We have 2 tries. It looks pretty... It is very easy. Not hard at all. Was there anything fucked up there? You think there was anything fucked up? We didn't see what was in that, hang on. Let's have a second look. Roll it around. What was in this thing? Oh, so it's a mushroom. Is there anything up here? No. That thing shoots bullet bills. Relatively harmless while you're on the ground. Yeah, there was nothing mean about that at all. The clear rate is pretty high, so that should have been some clue that we wouldn't be too troubled. But hey, that's something. That's interesting. Cool. Really high clear rate on that. Oh, I should have commented that's me. It is me. How about that? Thank you, Zype. Very doable. Within sudden death. Not a problem, no matter how many lives we had. Anyway, I just don't know that, like, it seems to me like the kind of game that randomization isn't really does anything for me, because basically you're just playing through the game again in pretty much the same order you originally did, except maybe you'll go and you'll get a whip first, or you'll get a shield first, or you'll get the gun earlier. And it's like, I don't know, that sounds terribly interesting. Honestly, if, like, you know, the order in which world unlocks is not changed at all, because the world is kind of already all unlocked from the start, so what the hell. Drew, you are up. Go ahead and confirm for me, Drew. Meanwhile, let's do another card. I've also been playing Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. It has been a lovely game, a great podcast game, a great low energy, low stakes game. And honestly, if we're talking like, what should I play if I do a react stream of a Nintendo Direct, I will say, like, my idea right now for react streams in general going forward is I would love to do, as I'm watching, have a game to play at the same time and do a little window and window. And if a trailer is boring, game gets bigger. If a trailer is really exciting, the gameplay, like, disappears for a bit. You know, I think that would be a cool way to do it. And kind of honestly leaning towards Yoshi as the choice, because Yoshi has been quite mellow, quite nice, a low energy sort of thing where there's just like, kind of feels like dozens, hundreds, dozens of little weird dudes that you can mess around with in each level and learn all their little things and give them a name at the end of the level, and that's lovely. Yes, you like the sand digger creature? Really fun one. Yeah, there's been a bunch of little fun dudes. I love the I think I called it a squid flood or something, or a ink flood. There was like an octopus flood creature, which was just really fun. There's been so many really fun ones. I'll say I finished the game this last week and opened up the post-game stuff, and there is substantial stuff in the post-game. You were not lying, 06i. I am really surprised, like, how much stuff there is in Pink Ball Dude Looks Funny. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Some of these guys, they are existing enemies, but they feel like they've been fleshed out a little bit. They've added a little bit, a thing or two more. I think my favorite one from the post game so far has to be, or at least the one I was thinking about most, is that minor. I'm not gonna say like what their deal is, but one of the existing enemies from Yoshi's Island, the nipper plants, the little white dudes that like bite and stuff. I was surprised by like one of the things that this game revealed and this game demonstrated and this game like set up, I think for the first time ever, as far as the life cycle of those dudes. And it's like, oh wow, this is really neat. You're learning things about these guys. You're just messing around, running around, low stakes, whatever. I think Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is a great game, and I also think, like without any sort of sarcasm, it is a fantastic game for children, especially. Like, low-key, I think if you're looking for a game for your child's first, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is like fan-fucking-tastic for those purposes. You know, like just you wander around and you mess with stuff and it's cool. That's it. Hello, Casual Ryan and Ita. Yeah, Pink Ball Dude's cool. Pink Ball Dude's cool. Drew did not confirm, so we have 2 tries. Let's give it our best. What the? Are we trying to, like, jump? Are we trying to take, like, a boosty boost off this thing? And, like, do a great, big, massive jump? I think I see what we're supposed to do here. Also, I think that we might be boned. Oh, wait. This has a reset door. Okay. Let's do this. I see what we need to do. Okay. Here, watch this. Big boosty jump. Here, watch this. Big boosty jump. Here, watch this. Here, watch this. Big boosty jump!
Oh no!
Not quite. I feel like I hit the dude there, but maybe I didn't. Also, maybe I need to, like, start running immediately. Like, really add some extra oomph. Looks like the end is right there, so once we do the big boosty jump, maybe we need to do a big boosty spin jump. I'm feeling like that's correct. Big boosty spin jump! Yeah! You see that? That was basically first time. That was basically first try. Almost. Didn't take too long. It was pretty fast. Alright. Thank you, Drew. Have you used any exploration tools? I've made them. I've equipped them. I feel like they haven't been too terribly helpful, honestly. I don't look at them very much. Have you found, like, any really good ones? I got things that tell me, like, oh, it's tasty. I have things that tell me, like, where nearest bubbles are and stuff like that, but haven't really, like, been paying that much attention to them. It's cool that all that stuff is there. It's a good post-game thing. I'm still basically just, like, ducking into each level, doing the bare minimum, and then going like, okay, that's enough for now. 06i is up next. 06i is here. There are some really useful ones. Tell me, like, what's the most useful exploration tool that you have found so far? Yeah, I have gathered that they are in random order. I found some ones that are redundant. They do the same job as some other ones. So you don't need to have both, like, you know, multiple ways to see what things taste like, for instance. What's, like, the best one you've seen? Smiley Flower Radar. Oh, that makes more sense than, like, the little question mark cloud radar thing that I've got. Like, that's, like, way more useful. Those are, like, actually the main things that you're after versus, like, you know, who knows if a cloud is actually any good or not. And also, they're not as frequent. They're not as commonplace. 06i gave us a good 8.5%. Let's do it. So yeah, Yoshi's real damn good. I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I went in on it. And I'm definitely going to be recommending it to my sister for the nephew, for the 2.5-year-old. And I do not mean that to sound like shade. You know, I'm being as genuine as I can be. It's a lot of fun, and eventually I gotta show y'all all the names that I chose for all my dudes. There's a couple cases where I've got a little bit blue with it. The game does have filters, you know, like even if it has guys that are like big old fart clouds, you know, you can't just call it a fart. You have to be like, flat you miss. You know, like flatulence, but it's miss instead of flatulence. Yeah, Mathlete, your level did come and go. I forget if we finished it, but it's been a minute. It's been a minute indeed. But feel free to get that or your maker code back in there. Yeah, we still played it, Mathlete. You know how we do. We did sudden death, so there were a lot fewer attempts. Might have gone pretty quick, like, you know, but we did what I did what I could given the procedure here, the normal setup and all that. Oh, this is a dungeon. I'm seeing there's the map over there. You got like multiple rooms. It's meant to be very hard. Yeah, we probably didn't do it. I don't remember. I don't remember which level you put in, but that if it was hard, we probably did not one try it or two try it, or you know, whatever the case might be with checkpoints withstanding. Like the little mini levels where the one creature invades another. Yeah, I really liked the mini world post game. That world was excellent and real damn delightful. The only shame with some of those levels is that you don't. They deal with enemies that you've already, or like creatures you've already seen before, so you don't get to do a new name, which is kind of a bummer, kind of a shame. I think it's better when you can, oh, the Fire and Flames level? Yeah, I kind of remember that one, okay. That one was fucked, okay, yes. I can confirm we did not beat it. I do believe that is correct. Yes. Oh, now that we have the helmet, we can go up from here and go up into this door. I believe this is going to lead to the end of the dungeon, basically. Lovely. End of the dungeon, ahoy. Oh, it's we're now at the bottom of the. It's an inverted dungeon underneath. This is a squeals on wheels, and also. Once you get into the squeals on wheels, you unlock a whole separate dungeon. That's real cool. That's real good. Let's continue our exploration. This is neat. Good, mild. You know, this is like Symphony of the Night, obviously, except it's the other way. It's an inverted underground, not an inverted overground. Why is not that more common? That should be
Oh
oh, that was a pit. What was I thinking? For some reason I thought that would be good. Why is not more common? That would make sense. If happened more. Away with words. It was based on your very first level you made on the 3DS, but it was just random crap and flames, so you tried to make something a little more precise. Gotcha. Definitely, bleh. Definitely, yeah. I've been playing one more game. This last week, which why don't we talk about now as well as we continue puttering around this this dungeon, as we continue exploring this this dungeon here. I've also been playing 007 First Light. 007 First Light came out last week as well, and I'll say I think it's pretty good. I've been having a good time with it. I like it. If you don't know, it's the next game by IOI, who made Hitman. You think I'd think the previous level was hot garbage? I mean, I understand, you know, levels made earlier in a maker's career. Gonna be a little more sloppy and all over the place. Takes a bit of practice to get down this whole thing. Certainly took me some practice as well, and all that. If you compare like my first good level to any of the stuff from 2 in particular, you know, since from 1 or whatever. Anyway, 007 is good. It's a good, solid game. I do think that it has a lot of the same stuff as like Hitman does, insofar as like the infiltration is very Hitman-y in a lot of ways. It is a lot more on rails, unfortunately, I'll say, compared to Hitman. A lot more just, you know, every mission is pretty straightforward, pretty linear, and you know, when you do have to do some when you do have like some when you do have some I see, so in this second part we have to get all the red coins, get through. When you do have some exploration to do, it's pretty linear, pretty straightforward, pretty much just either, you know, oh, you do like some mildly Hitman type stuff for like 2 seconds, or maybe you just like jump over a rail, you climb over some stuff, and it's not that different from like Uncharted or something, except that feels more like Hitman mechanically, which I do think is kind of a shame, you know. I do like the exploration and openness of Hitman, and a lot of what 007 has isn't that, but what it does feel good. Like, I do like the combat, I do like the action, I do like the settings. Doing a little bit of Hitman is kind of fun. Doing a lot of bit of Hitman sometimes would be better, but you know, it's not just Hitman stuff that you're doing. You're also like brawling. You're also like shooting in like some pretty fun, you know, third-person shooter parts that are, you know, just some real good standard first-person shooter. How the hell do you get this thing up? All the way up here. That seems like a big stretch. I guess what I could do is I could make a gap here. And go through that hole. Or jump up this way. That's it. Oh, this is much easier. Okay, it's not complicated at all. It is a bit challenging though, and we will have to be very careful when jumping into this hole. Not that careful. Just jump up. We got there about the same time, maybe a little bit sooner. On my end. 06i. There's a little bit of lag, there's a little bit of latency. I figured it out. Here we are, key. I am assuming another checkpoint now. Or just a boss. Just a mini boss. Just a small feller. Not the biggest deal in the world. Ooh. Okay. Shit. Would have liked a checkpoint. Anyway, 007 I've been playing. I've gotten through a few more missions since streaming it last week. I feel like every mission is like 2-3 hours long, so it is a bit of a commitment to like sit down and do some 007. I feel like, you know, you really gotta do you really gotta do like you really gotta put in the time with 007. You really gotta be like, okay, when I'm sitting down and if I want to do a whole mission, it's gonna be like 2 hours. And part of me doesn't like that, you know, considering that a lot of that 2 hours is just like wind up. It's just like it's barely getting good by the time it's really getting in there, you know. But it's still fun stuff. It's still fun to like snoop around for 2 seconds. The action, the beating up stuff is fun, and you have a watch that allows you to like poison enemies instantly, which, you know, lets you basically get a kill move off on them instantly. You can poison them, or just like you hit them with poison or with a blinding laser, or a rocket laser maybe, and then, you know, hope for the best and go for a finisher. That's pretty good. And the shooting is pretty fun as well. I don't know. I feel like it's not as well paced as I would have liked. I would have liked it to be fast paced, and sometimes I get tired of just like some walk and talk, you know? I feel like I'm very tired these days of walking and talking type cutscenes in games, just like connecting all the tissue of like a prestige action shooter type action game, you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing that's like right out of was the clear rate here was well above 4%, right? So we don't have any. Oh, refresh, instant refresh. Excellent. Okay, got it. We got an instant refresh from 06i. Let's go. Let's do it. We have 7 more tries to do this. We got this, folks. Yeah, now we definitely got it. For sure. I think just in general, I feel like I am just really tired of missions and biomes and levels when they take more than like an hour. You know, in like big action games like this. Honestly, you know, I talked about not really caring for Ragnarok earlier. Honestly, probably a big part of that was just like its levels were like 2-3 hours long, it felt like. They felt interminable, they felt really long, and they felt like they were just leading to some cutscenes. It was the big payoff rather than like a new area or new exciting gameplay. You know, just a lot of stuff that didn't quite enthuse me, didn't quite excite me. And I think that's a shame. I'd rather get some exciting stuff versus some stuff that I just find boring, I guess, in a word. I'm still enjoying it. I'm still having a good time, and you know, I don't think there's that much more of the game left. In the Game Awards, they did have a 007 second where they were like, "Oh, Ball Rain will return," and I thought that guy was cool. I thought Ball Rain was kind of cool. I don't know they need to do extra DLC with him. That's just kind of weird to announce. I don't know what they're going to do with that game long term, or what they really need to. Are they going to try to turn it into a forever game like Hitman is? I don't blame them for doing that. Hitman's worked out very well for them. But, yeah. Oh, speaking of 007 news, as far as that goes, there was a very alarming, worrisome story. Yeah! There we go. Nice refresh. We almost barely didn't need it. It was the first try after the refresh that got us through. Nicely done. Thank you for redeeming. Thank you in general, 06i. I appreciate the hell out of all y'all in general. In this specific instance, also, I will say there was news. I'm hitting complete, by the way. Let me do that and pull up the next one by Frogmood Marco. Frogmood, go ahead and confirm for me. Frogmood Marco. What? Yes, there is a current entry. What do you mean? I'm looking at it right now. It's in the thing. There it goes. Okay, whatever. Okay, I found it. Okay. What the fuck was I going to say? Oh yeah, with 007, there was a thing. Apparently Amazon got the rights to the 007 license, and they were saying like, oh, you know, if there's a sequel, we're going to do it, probably in-house or whatever, which definitely makes you go like, oh, okay. No matter how much you like 007 First Light, no matter how good or whatever it is, though I'll say like it kind of could use a little it could use less cutscenes and a little bit faster pacing, I think, personally, but that's just me. However good you think about it, probably not going to be another one, unfortunately, because Amazon is running the ship. Amazon got the license, and Amazon has never made a good game before. They've just never done it. They've been trying for like the last 10 years. They have not been successful, and it seems like any talent they acquire for that purpose just goes entirely wasted. So I guess this is the last we're seeing of 007. Let me do another card and give Frog Marco another second to confirm real fast. I also tried Gravity Circuit, an indie game that is I'm not sure if it's still giving itself out for free, but a few days ago it was giving itself out for free as a promo for the sequel. If you didn't know, and you probably didn't, I had never heard of this before this giveaway. It is a 2D like beat 'em up, somewhere in between like a beat 'em up and a Mega Man, and it seems okay. It seems fine. I tried it. I played the first level, and then I said, okay, I think I'm good. You know, I'll say, like, giving your game away is a interesting idea to promote the sequel and to get the name out there a little bit. But I'll also say, like, yeah, you know, right now I'm kind of playing Yoshi Book, which is really great. I'm playing Mina the Hollower, which is fantastic. I'm playing Yoshi. I'm playing 007, which is solid, and honestly, like in any other game lineup, probably would be like the top dog, you know. Instead, it's like the third dog of 3 dogs right now. And Bubsy 4D, like the other week, was also pretty good, if very, 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 very short. And you know, I'm all done with it and have been for like a week plus now, so I didn't mention it. It's kind of a tough time to be like trying to get my attention, and you know, I'll say as someone who is now messing around with Godot and stuff, trying to like make a go out of it while I am unemployed and stuff, playing a game like that does make me think like, okay, this is not what you want people to think. Well, as I'm playing, I'm just thinking like, this is not what you know, this is what you want to avoid as far as like impressions go. And that is the feeling I am getting. I'm just like, I'm not really getting the systems. It seems like from the trailers, like there's like really fancy ways of like doing the punching and the dodging and the dashing around. But all I basically figured out is how to just go punch, 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 punch. Maybe move in and out and punch, punch some more. Use a grapple hook. Okay. Well, that mostly works okay, I guess, unless you miss and then you fall into a pit and then you're not so okay. It's fine. You don't, another thing I'm just thinking is just like, okay, well, you're making an indie game, right? You're probably playing your own game a good amount of the time. You probably, I don't know how you do a game. I do wonder in cases like that, is this something where you're still enjoying your game like months and months later, like after years of development or whatever? Do you enjoy playing your own level 1 every time? Or does it feel boring after like the, or does it feel boring? I wonder that about testers, you know, and things of that nature. That must be hell, like having to play the boring levels of bad games over and over again. Or even the boring levels of good games over and over again. Just time and time again. Probably would be insane making. Probably would make it crazy. I don't know. I feel like I had more thoughts about just the nature of these things and what it must be like to make a game like that, more than like whether the game itself was that good at all. And also just like, you know, I do understand that making games, I'm sure it's very hard. And like, it's cool in a lot of ways, this thing. It's just that, you know, I'm not sure I'm getting like all the things it's putting down. I think I might be using like the most boring options imaginable. Part of this might be a thing of just like, I don't know how to play it and make it fun. And I don't know how much of that is on me versus just game development is hard, tutorials are hard, avoiding tutorials is hard. Anyway, it's free, so I guess you can play it yourself, but I wasn't super duper into it myself. You know, I've definitely played, it's also worth noting that like I played, there was a game a few years ago that was like a game that was also like that. I'm not really big into the Mega Mans in general. Never played all of them. So like an indie Mega Man has to be like Shovel Knight good for me to actually want to put in the time and energy. Or like I liked Valfair from UFO 50. That was worth my time and energy. Was that like a Mega Man or more like a... There's like some of those UFO 50s that are pretty Mega Man-y. There's also others that are pretty Metroid-y. I forget. I think there's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B across the whole UFO 50 line. But I like some of those UFO 50 games in that vein, I'll say that much. I'll say that sort of thing is not really my jam to begin with. And I definitely have like bounced off games that seem pretty good. Like there was one where you had like a mech or something. I forget what it was called. Let me look in my it was like Valfair or something. I definitely bounced off a few games like that in the past that let me see. It was on Switch. Had like a robot gimmick. So like, you know, if you liked Why Aren't These Loading? This is weird. Never seen this before. This is there it goes. Why is it being slow? So if you like games like that, maybe it'll be your jam, maybe you'll be into it. It just didn't do that much for me personally. Mighty Gunbolt Verse was okay. Didn't get that far into Momodora. That's a different genre. That's not even a comparable thing. Panzer Paladin. That's what I'm thinking of. I got like a few levels into that and sort of bounced off. This is basically the level at which I would say that Chrono, I forget its name. Chrono. Shit. That free game that was giving itself out. What does it say right here? Oh, it just says, excuse me. It just says, Gravity Circuit. That's the name of it. Yes, it does have the title in there. That's the level I think Gravity Circuit is at. And, yeah, cool. Good. Do we have to beat every boss in there? I'm not quite certain. I will say we are still in sudden death here, so we have only a few, we only have 2 tries left, but it's pretty doable. I wonder how many of these keys do we need? I wonder if we can get through on like 1, 2. Kinda looks like 3 might be enough. At the very least, it'll get us to a subworld. So let's grab this fire. And oh wait, that's a it's not a ice door. It's a different thing altogether. Anyway, it's cool to play a new game and to give it a go. It's a very competitive... I'll also say, you know, it's a very competitive time to be putting out a game right now. Kind of a rough time. It's a very competitive time. I can't, you know, I can't complain too much. I can't say too many bad things. I think that, you know, I'm not that down on it. I just didn't click with it. And for the price of free, not bad. I think I need to get the bombs into the into here. There we go. Is this the end? There's a lot of red coins that we haven't gotten. But I don't know, we got enough keys, it looks like. There's a lot of red coins. I'm a little concerned. But I would like this to be the end, honestly. Okay, there's more. Fuck! Cool, cool. Frog mood, you can still confirm at any time. You know how it is, you know how it goes. Just say the word and, I'll have more attempts, more tries, more everything. Getting a little tired. I will say my sleep schedule has been still pretty fucked recently. Pretty all over the place, pretty, oops. I died there. Still not getting up at a good time. Need to get on track there. It's always just easier to sleep in and get a good night's sleep versus not getting a good night's sleep and instead being tired all day. It's, something I need to work on. Or I need to go around the whole circuit, go around the whole clock. I can do that right now, if I really want to. Thank you, Frog Mood. I'm hitting dismiss. It's Ida's turn. Ida Garasu. Ida Garasu, go ahead. Confirm for me. Yes, yes, yes. Next topic. I have started in on my next Godot thing. It's kind of been a couple weeks since, it took me a while to finish, put finishing touches on my previous Godot thing. And, then I was, last week was kind of a busy week. There were 4 streams that week. And, also I went to Six Flags the day I wasn't streaming, so didn't end up starting it that week. But last few days, last 2 or 3 days, I've started screwing around with, 3D in Godot and trying to do something cool. I set up a little thing. I've discussed before the idea that I had, which was sort of like, okay, the idea that I have is sort of like, take like a Mario and Luigi type thing, but with a little bit of Deltarune, sort of. Where like, oh, instead of just like when you're defending, jumping in place to avoid enemy attacks, just have a whole like Deltarune-sized field, or like a Undertale-sized field to run around, and also you can jump and stuff, and it's sort of a 3D platformer insofar as like how you're dodging attacks, and you can control 2 little guys at once, and I made it so that they can jump, and they sort of have like a nice double jump thing with that shoots a bullet down, sort of inspired by Mumbo Mania as well as Astrobots, which both of those games have, you know, double jump things that also shoot a projectile down or a laser down. And I think that's a pretty smart design, so that's what I put together real fast over the last 2 days, and seems pretty cool. I mean, it's very, very, very early, and I'm trying to figure out how cameras should work, but I'm liking the basic idea, and yeah, it's sort of just a good starting point there. I also, last night, instead of clipping up the Mina the Hollower stream so I could get Mina the Hollower content, I instead figured out how to work a 3D camera and made it so that I can run around as one of them in like a 3D world or whatever. And that only half works right now because I don't have it set up so it knows what to do when it falls off a cliff or something. Gravity only affects you when you start jumping. It's just like a quick little thing that I did. It's like, oh, it almost works after like 2 days, after just like 2-3 days of noodling around with it, and that feels that's pretty all right. That's pretty satisfying, and surely it'll become more fleshed out and more of a thing over the next whatever span. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be a thing that I work on until I have like a nice demo of like, okay, you know, get like a battle system, give like a good proof of concept, have like a Mumbo's Mountain-sized world to run around in, sort of platformy wise. I think something that like married like Deltarune, Mario and Luigi, and Banjo-Kazooie could be pretty cool. I do think there are like some clear obstacles. Ida is here, by the way. Some clear design issues insofar as like, you know, I did set it up so that you have a duck button and you can desync them a little bit by holding down a duck. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not, but it is an idea, and I do think that like in other ways that there is like a real, because the 2 guys have to move in sync. You can't really introduce that many moves that like add horizontal velocity to you, and that sort of limits the design space a bunch insofar as like what you can do. And I'm not sure what to how to deal with that just off the top of my head. Just thinking about it, like, in a vacuum for, like, 10 minutes, like, this is a cool idea, but I don't know, leg-wise, like, where exactly it goes, but... And also, you know, 3D is hard, and I don't know how to do cameras, but it's fun to have to figure this stuff out. I'll say that much, and I would love to figure it all out, and you know, if not this, then with some other project. We'll see, you know. I just want to build cool shit right now and see what happens, you know. That's basically what I want to do right now. Build cool shit, see where it goes, and then if it's real cool, then yeah. This one might be difficult to do in the lightning round, but good luck. Ooh, okay. This one does look difficult. Yeah. Because it's in the super world, we can't know if it's like below 0.4% and would thus be entitled to more lives, but we're going to try our best with the 7. Will this level make a case for helmets being a little more allowed sometimes in super worlds? Maybe. I'll say, like, maybe a good rule would be if we bomb out on a level, super world level, like on a second visit, we can use the helmets. Maybe that's a good rule of thumb, because then we know it's hard. Then we know it's like worthy of helmet. Then we know it's helmet worthy. Helmet worthy. When else has anyone said the words helmet worthy? It's a rare thing to say. Kind of sounds like sponge worthy from Seinfeld. Yeah, this one might be helmet worthy. Oh, hang on. Oh! Fuck! Okay, yeah, I think this one might be helmet worthy. This one might be helmet worthy, folks. Next time we'll get the helmets. We'll have the helmets and we'll get through. I reckon. I'm hitting dismiss. Feel free to get back in there. The queue is so close, is so short right now. You'll be up before you know it. Marcus, you are up. Marcus McCoolster. I'm probably mangled. Marcus McCusker. Go ahead and confirm for me. You know what to do, Marcus. Hell yeah. We're getting through. Let me see. How many cards do I have left now? I have gotten through like most of my personal ones. I think there's just like 2, 3 left. Actually, I think there's just like 2, 3 cards left. Supernova, thanks for the thing. Let's do this level, and then let's go to sudden, to last call. Let's do this level, then go to last call. Okay. Marcus, do confirm. Meanwhile, I think I got like another card here. Y'all have any frustrations with PC games? I feel like, you know, last week I talked about how much I've been enjoying the Steam controller, and one little thing I've been trying to do as I, you know, have been breaking this thing in is play more Steam games on it, you know, and it's just sort of a frustration sometimes booting up PC games and not knowing how it's going to work, you know, whether it goes full screen automatically, whether it goes the kind of full screen that means that you can't watch The Office easily, whether it goes the kind of full screen where also it has a really loud volume level, which means that you can't hear The Office until you go into the sound settings and noodle around for a second. You know, I would love to play more games on PC with this lovely ass controller, but, you know, just there's a lot of inconsistency about just PC games, which I think is the main reason why even now I feel more inclined to always get games on Xbox if I can't get them on Switch 2, and Switch 2 if I can, before resorting to PC, maybe third, maybe even fourth after Sony, after PlayStation. Also, it's just always too, it depends, like, how you full screen versus not full screen. That's often, like, a thing in the settings. Also, what I really want is borderless full screen, you know? I want a borderless window. I don't want, because I want to have the picture-in-picture so I can see The Office on my television screen as I'm playing. And of course, I always have the PC output onto the TV, or at least I have the option to it. If not, I'm playing a PC game or a console game. I'll say the other part of that is, of course, that console games are a lot easier to capture to stream, and you don't have to worry about them messing with OBS. You don't have to worry about them, like, you know, having to capture their audio individually. Just always, you know, just everything captures the same as far as all the other consoles go. It's something I really find frustrating. I think that Windows could be a lot better in handling this. Like, I really feel like Windows is the problem here, and the fact that, like, this shit isn't more standardized, isn't more, like, you know, brainless, consistent. I really blame Windows more than I blame, like, individual developers and individual people. Just, yeah, no, it just comes down to Windows being weird. And just one more case where I feel like there's ample room in the market for something that isn't Windows. Hey, maybe Steam OS will be that. Maybe Steam machines will be big. I don't know. I will say, I think I saw some news that apparently Steam machines and Steam frames are both going to ship this summer. So, like, in the next few months. That's amazing. I also kind of just shake my head and go like, that shit's going to cost like $1,000 for a Steam machine, and it's going to cost like, I'd be surprised if the Steam frame was less than like $1,500, let's say, and I cannot justify either of those, especially not a Steam machine. You know, as much as it would basically give a console-like experience for a Steam purchases, like, yeah, I'd rather you just do that on my existing machine and do it in a way that, like, plays nicely with The Office on Peacock, you know? Just play nice with that, and I'm happy. The clear rate here is 0.5%, so we would only get this many lives, but I do not see Marcus right now, and by the rules that we have, we do have to do this. Sorry, Marcus, you know how it is. You know that we gotta play by the rules no matter what. You are a sub, Marcus, so maybe I can just, I guess one thing I could do is, like, I could spend Marcus's instant refresh on this automatically, but maybe we won't even need it. Look at this. This is a nice, relatively nice, running and jumping level. A Keizo. I like Keizo. Blah! Okay, well, it's not that nice. Tell you what, Marcus, let's just, hey, there you are! You are here and seeing the level. Excellent, okay. And you also have a refresh that you can use at any time, so keep that in mind. Perfect, perfect. Okay, we got 5 more tries. Ah! Okay, we're getting it. We do have to do a little spin on the way down there. Okay, I gotta release the button earlier there. That spike is a motherfucker. Do you want to use your instant refresh, Marcus? Say now and I'll just do it. We won't worry about doing the thing. We won't worry about doing the... Yes, okay. We got an instant refresh. We got 7 more. This is just above the threshold for helmets, sadly. This is just above the threshold. Maybe the threshold should be like 1% or something. I won't count that one. That one was already borked. That one was already borked by me running around for a second. This might be a tight... Is this a tight timer? Jesus. I hope it's not a tight timer. Ooh, this one feels like it might take some attempts, might take some time. Timer's not tight at all? Okay. So we can take as many times as we want. We can stop and smell the roses. Except we can't because we will die. we're on our last try here. Only the, 33 sec, restore 40 timer. Oh, there might be like a checkpoint or something is maybe what you're saying. 33-second record, 40-second timer. Okay, so we got like 6 seconds of timer of lag, and also it doesn't seem like you have much option to stop, realistically. No checkpoints. I'll say the stream is still young. Let me see. This is above 0.4%, which is unfortunately above the threshold for helmets. Maybe we should consider what is helmet worthy. Is this level helmet worthy? This level might be helmet worthy. I don't know. Thank you for the level, Marcus. I am hitting dismiss. Feel free to get that back in there. And you know, right now there's not that many levels in queue, so it'll be up before we know it. But that said, folks, that said, not helmet worthy, not quite. That's right. Did I not click the thing for the next? I guess I didn't click the thing for the next viewer. There we go. Casual Ryan is up next. Folks, it is time now for last call for levels. Last call for levels. One last time for y'all to get your levels in before the end of the stream. For those of y'all who have gotten in levels before, now is the time. Folks continue to show up. I might open it for them later on, but this is the time for all y'all who have been around the whole time, and these might be the last ones submitted this stream, depending on, you know, what happens. For the last few weeks, for last call, I have been showing off my super world, one world at a time, and so we are on to the 4th world of it. Pirates Peak, which is sort of a mix of snow and also some airship stuff. It's sort of a, you know, it's airship, so this is where the pirates have their pirate base, on top of a big snowy mountain, because they have flying vehicles. Why wouldn't they set up somewhere that others could not easily reach? Nice, okay. Well, apparently Marcus is submitting one that's 1.67. Ha, that's, those numbers are just numbers. 0.67 doesn't mean anything. Clear rate, hell yeah. This is a level where, the basic idea is that there's a bunch of enemies that are breaking platforms for you. I say for you. Much to your chagrin in some cases. And, as a result, you might have to platform across some gaps that are dynamic and different. Also, by the way, check out this shortcut. You can just jump across the gap there. You don't have to activate the on-off at all. But it's fun to do so. But it's also fun to realize there's a shortcut there. I think that shortcuts are always really damn good in levels. Whenever you can put one in, whenever you can have that sort of thing that a player can discover and feel good and powerful. Also, but the nature of this level is that, like, you know, wherever the guys explode, that's where the gaps are. They're a little bit dynamic. Also, you get some P-block business. This level was inspired a good deal by Clapper's Cavern. Was the big inspiration, I would say, insofar as like this part here, especially, where like you hit a switch and then, you know, if it runs out, you're fucked either way, because, you know, there's now just holes where once there was platforms, but it's pretty easy, pretty doable, no big deal. Someone named 2Playa beat this using one hand. Like another streamer? Like your other level, you mean? Or you mean this level here? I could probably finish some of these levels with one hand. You want to see me beat a level with one hand? The right hand, specifically. That'd be harder with the left. Just keep using the two hand. The level you sent? I could try that. That makes more sense. So the second level gets into a little bit more of the frigate, the airship parts, and it's sort of a level set in a slow-mo airship, you know, airship night, where everything is interconnected and also everything is really slow as it goes. The biggest thing about this level, and one of the things I continue to be pretty damn proud of, is just the way that the overworld and the subworld have different pacing. Like, the overworld has parts where you kind of have to wait for, or are encouraged to wait anyway, for like, cannonballs to get across gaps, whereas in the underworld, the subworld, you really gotta go, because there's icicles coming from overhead, falling on your head. Cool, I think it's a cool contrast, and one that I continue to be very happy with it, just like the two half. It's a Super Mario Bros. 1 speedrun is your level. Nice, can't wait to see it. I like seeing levels. Here, there's like a fire flower, and you sort of have to do some fancy business with these cannonballs to get it. Nice, optional power-up there. And, you know, if you're coming from the checkpoint, that'll be your first opportunity to get a fire flower. One last big sequence. And just entirely icicles the whole way. Icicles the whole way down. Lovely. And then just a little bit more cannonball, and then a cannonball finale as well. Kind of has two finales, I guess, in between the icicle indoor finale and the this finale, where you sort of do a little bit of surviving with cannonballs. Yeah, I love this level too. I love this level too. It's one of my favorites. It's one of the ones I'm most proud of, and it's one of the ones where the structure, where like I played around with contrast in a way that I usually don't. Usually all the elements come together to form one picture by the end, but this one, that one, was two pictures until the very end. This is a cool one. You usually hate Mario Brothers 3? Really? I don't have any sort of problem with any of the archetypes. I like to use them all equally, in fact. I don't think that like any particular archetype, any particular level style is like a sign of poor workmanship. It's all in the you can make anything good. Anything is can be well made. This is a downhill vertical level where you're sort of invading a pirate booty hold where they got their treasure, and you know, going down one level at a time and having to kill these mice to get the keys. It's always the regular ass mice in a sea of like spiky ones. And thank you for the level, telepath, by the way. You're sort of going down as you go, and it's fun. It's good. With this whole world, I'll say, in general, because it's like a pirate's stronghold, and pirates are famous for their booty, for their treasure, I did do extra... I did, like, put in more coins than I otherwise would for other worlds in this super world. This world has a lot more coins than any other world. Uses thicker lines to indicate things. Surrounds coins and more things. Has more just coin fields randomly. And, that's part of the flavor of, like, pirate stronghold. Kinda makes sense, no? I would say that it makes sense. And also here, you outside, you get a little outside stuff. A little bit of POW business. And then you use, this last one to do your stuff. And kill this dude here, who otherwise cannot be killed. And here's perhaps the biggest room that has like all the booty. It's 350 coins. The most coins I've ever had in a level in one place, probably, maybe. Question mark. I don't know if that's true. It would make sense if it was true, though, on account of it's a pirate's booty place. You know, that's the horde. It's storytelling, diegetic. It's environmental storytelling. That's what it is. Diegetic treasure. Alright. Just 2 quick levels left. I say quick, this one's a regular one. And the next one is a boss rush type, so this is maybe one of the longer worlds, but I do think it's a great one. And I'm really happy with its variety. In this case, the question mark blocks behind blocks are just there to encourage you to stick around for a second and wait for so that the moles can have time to pop up out of the ground and then be jumped on or whatever. This whole first part in the mountain here is just sort of set up. It's just sort of like you'll get a big mushroom and then break through the ice. You break through the ice in this one, and then you end up in a shipyard. You're located below the ice. It's Bitter Boatyard is the name of the level, and the whole theme of this level is destruction. The ceiling, you can just punch holes in it as much as you want. The ground, also you will punch holes in it. Maybe you might want to do that less though, admittedly. It's fun and good, and of course, it's fast-paced and traditionally. And now, it is over. Nice and fast and good. Yeah, I recommend my Super World, I do. It's full of great levels. It's full of great levels. Bitter Boatyard, good level. Is it called Bitter Boatyard? I didn't change it, I forget. Yes, Bitter Boatyard was the final name. It had a bunch of names in developments. Like, wasn't it at one point like Hair? I think it was always supposed to be a boatyard or like a harbor. Yes, please, check out my Super World. It's real good. People like it too. Got a lot of hearts and such on it. Need your maker code? Check it's in the Twitch profile and the YouTube profile somewhere. If you scroll down on on the Twitch there, you will find it. Let's just start over. This here is a boss rush level with 3 bosses, each of which can be beaten in 20 seconds. Let's beat all of them in 20 seconds each. I sort of wanted to make it so that each boss was a compact little fight that was nice and neat and fun in its own way, and I think I succeeded. This one, moles slowly approach you as you hit an on-off and, you know, contend with the fact that there's also, you're avoiding, you know, spinies at the same time. Of course, with the helmet, you can kill them, but you lose and it gets harder. In this one, there's spinies and turtles that rain from above, and you use them to... Yep. You use them to, you know, hit into holes, and then you can fly upwards and finish the fight. The actual boss is the boss guy of those Lakitus. It's the mole guy. Finally, there's a flying boss fight, and in this one, you just charge up some shots. You drop some shit and hit some switches, and bing bang boom, you're done. Shoot into the hole. There we go. And that's it. That's all 3 of them. Nice and quick. Was that 20 seconds each? I hope so. I like it when I do it that fast, I'll say. Very creative and not too hard. Yes, I agree with that assessment. This is an excellent boss rush level. It's called Figurehead Fuss. Figurehead Fuss is the name of the level. And that's it for World 4 of my Super World. Last week, I put up you know, I do, for like the probably last few worlds of the Super World, I did spotlight YouTube shorts for each of them. But before that, I just posted like 30 seconds to Twitter. like before, especially like before I was on YouTube, before I was a streamer in particular. So a lot of levels like that, they don't have like YouTube shorts. I could totally do a YouTube short for that um, level at some point. I really should just occasionally try to cut up a little bit of content for that. I need to go through that stream where I played through the whole super world. I bet some levels will just have very obvious, easy, automatic spotlight shorts that just come right out of that clean. Honestly, what I just said there, that could all be cut up right into a YouTube short maybe. Fear Factory, I put To and Fro Factory up this week, and that did pretty well. I think Chard was saying he did a comment saying it was the perfect level for a short, and I agree. On account of its short, it's 20 seconds long. That's the most short you can get, pretty much. That's it for last call. Let's finish the thing. Let's finish the stream. I gotta close the queue. We have 6 levels in the queue right now. Casual Ryan is up next. I don't think the Casual Ryan confirmed during that. Let me check. Let me scroll up real fast. I did do next, right? Or did I? Actually, I don't think I did next in between. Let me do next in case Casual Ryan is watching the chat or something. Casual Ryan, do confirm. Anytime is good. Let me get this level up. Yes, you were the last one that I did the reminder for, and you were here and we did the level. Yes, that's true, Marcus. Yeah, I would have known if it was Casual Ryan who had the last one of these. Anyway, let's get this gun. Let's get this into bleh. Sort of tripping over my words here. It seems like a hard level, but we only have 2 tries on account of Casual Ryan being casually absent. This level is like the next best thing to Helmetworthy. So, right, actually, I think I might remember this level. No, hang on, it's not a level I've seen before. This is definitely Helmetworthy. I say that. It's actually statistically not quite Helmetworthy, I think. It's 0.4 or lower, and that's 0.46. I think that is just barely short of Helmetworthy. If you want Helmetworthy, I can send one. Oh, you could. We don't need to see Helmetworthy. We don't need helmet levels all the time. And, obviously, if the person isn't there, in the case of Casual Ryan, that's all we can do. And I think, let's keep it moving anyhow. There's, let's clean this out. I kind of like the sound of the level you said you submitted, Marcus. I'd like to try that. There's a million more streams in the future that you can submit that Helmetworthy one on. I'm sure we'll see it eventually. Let me go ahead and hit, dismiss there. Thank you, Casual Ryan. It is 06i's turn now. And 06i, please confirm you know what to do. He's about to say hi. Let me do another card. So, as far as streams go, Wind Waker Randomizer, max settings starts this weekend. It could be a long one. That's right. Oh, the Helmetworthy is on 2%. Ah, well, it has to be like... Helmetworthy is like 0.4% statistically, is how it's set up. So, one of the birthday sub-goal things that got met last month was upgrading the next time I play Wind Waker Randomizer, which is going to be very soon. Oh, hang on, let me get that. Very soon here, you can see that weekend. Upgrading it to be max settings. I'm going to say max settings, by the way. That's a little bit more accurate than max percent. Everything is randomized is basically the thing. Everything is randomized. All the locations are in logic, including freestanding rupees. Every rupee is randomized. Every chart is randomized. Well, the treasure at the end of the chart is randomized. I will say I have opted to not randomize like loading zones or anything because I think it would be a nightmare to track. And I think just with the amount of locations and like treasures there are, I feel like that is more than enough as far as the randomization goes. But it's going to be a hell of a thing. It's going to be a hell of an effort. As you can see, if we look at the calendar again, you can see that I have set aside 2 extra days to finish it. We'll be going all day Sunday, at least, probably like 10 to 11 hours below 12, but you know, a lot. We'll be going long, and we might have to go another 12, honestly, if I'm estimating right. You know, I've done Wind Waker Randomizer, and I've done it with pretty regular settings, and that has taken like 8 hours, 8, 9, 10 hours, so these max settings, it might be the longest randomizer I've ever done, and I'm excited. I will say, small bit of follow-up. Last week I was wondering, like, okay, with the rupee settings, how is that going to work with tracking? Is there a tracker I can get? Do I have to, like, download a branch of a tracker and run it locally or something? Apparently, I asked around in the Wind Waker Discord, apparently the rupee randomization is going to be part of their newest season of randomizer racing, meaning that the tracker is now available at a certain link that I was able to find on the Wind Waker randomizer racing Discord. So I got it. I got a tracker that works, that has all the rupees on it, and presumably this is ready for prime time if they're doing whole seasons of racing around it. So that's cool. That's fun. It's going to be a hell of a randomizer. I'm pretty much all prepared. I've set up my tracker to display all nice and good. It's kind of it's a different tracker than I usually use, so it's kind of hard to fit it into the box that I needed, but whatever, it now fits into the box that I needed, and should work. I'm really excited about that, really nervous about like how long it's going to go, and I see. The amount that we break is the amount of platforms that we get. So if do I just want to break as many as possible? Do I want to break as many as possible here? Is this a good idea? Are we going to find out there's a reason why you don't want to do this? You don't want to just have as many platforms as you possibly can? Is it going to block me in some fashion? I guess we'll find out now. Oh! They're munchers this time. Well, shit. It's going to be very tough to, get by all of those fuckers, huh? Okay, okay. You definitely want to be a little reserved. And in fact, in this case, don't jump at all. Don't jump at all. Asked and answered. Asked and answered there. Okay, I'll jump like a little bit at the end. Oh, wait a minute. Oh crap. I think I'm understanding something. It's both. In the first time, it's munchers. The second time, it's platforms. Okay. I think I made a huge mistake. Okay. Okay. Right. Now we're going to go down here. And, yeah, we're just going to have to hope for the best. Nope. Okay, okay. We want some platforms, some munchers, not tons of them, though. You think this is a boo-worthy level? I think it's neat. I think it's cool. I like it. It's a hell of a concept. Takes a couple tries to get the idea down and understand what the hell you're doing, but not that I've made it hard for myself. It's not that evil. It's not that mean. And I somehow got over. Not that bad, not that bad. And this part is pretty damn doable. Honestly, with the POWs sticking up a little bit over where the other guys are, it's a little bit more doable than the other guys, I would say, personally. Checkpoint refreshes our lives, and now let's, we're gonna aim to put them on the peaks again. Ooh, I don't know. Every other peak for that one. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, also, there's pits to fall in at this point. It took me a bit to realize what was going on, but I'll say I'm not annoyed, I'm not bothered. I'm getting through it nice and cleanly. I think more POWs would be good on the, for the lower parts. The lower parts would, could more use POWs. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, I don't know. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think leaving the tips uncovered is the best strategy. And you know, I guess we'll see on the other side, like, how good of a strategy it is, but, I think this will be doable the other way, too. Hey, M. Crabbery. You wanna get, I could get that open for you. Hang on, I got you. There you go. Just for you, though. Just for you. Go ahead, get that in there. Oh, this is not good. Okay. We're just barely managing here. What is this boss music? What, is there a boss here? Okay. I gotta do a boss on this POW setup that I got. Fortunately, it turns out most of the boss you just stand still, and it seems to work out like for the most part. Very nice. Just jump from one platform to the other. It's fine. Let's go. That was a boss. Not bad at all. Good shit. Thank you, 06i, for the lovely level. I think that is, not helmet-worthy, but it is like-worthy. I've said helmet-worthy enough times. Helmet-worthy might be the, name of the VOD at this point. We did get a lot of questions earlier. I was thinking, like, questions by chat, answers by me as a VOD name, but, Helmetworthy is just a cute little thing that, you just put that in there. You don't have to think. Not every title has to be something I think too heavily about. It's just a VOD name. It's just a VOD name. Just, something that goes on it that makes it, different from every other VOD, every other Friday stream, of which there are hundreds. OQ6. Hello, OQ6. Cranberry, get that level in there. Oh, you did. Okay, good. You can take the level off. Marcus, you can always, remove your level if you so desire. You know how it is, you know how it works. And also, let me, reclose it now that, the new viewers have gotten that in there. I'm closing it back up. How you doing? Okay. We still got 6 levels left. Oh, bio shard. Here, I got you. Okay, here, you get it in. You just barely missed when the queue was open for new viewers. Get it in there. We are in the part of the stream where we're closing up and finishing the levels here, but yeah. Also, by the way, supernova.x. Supernova.x said anything in a minute? You gonna remove it? Okay, you know whatever you want. It's all good. Exclamation point remove, then. Exclamation point remove. Oh, whoops, it says it can't be set because it's identical. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Gotcha. Make sure you're not the same user. I guess you're adding your friend on your friend's behalf? Gotcha, gotcha. Is it in there now? You can add your maker code. That'll work, by the way. Just add anything, and then you can modify it later. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's do this. Supernova says, "Oh, this level, please." You got it. I think it's still choked at that. Okay, it just said now you're in the queue. Okay, you're good. You're good. Okay, I'm closing it back up, and we are good. 429 M7B GNF. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a whole weekend with the Supernova said the oldest level, so Frosted saw speedrun. It is well over 4%, which means that we get 5 tries and that's it. Lovely. This will be plenty. Honestly, we could do this in sudden death, I bet. Here we go. We don't need good luck. This level has an over half clear rate. We're going to get it in one, and it's going to be pretty straightforward. No matter how scary, no matter what happens, it's going to be pretty trivial and basically do itself so long as you hit the button with good timing, which we did, and it did. Lovely. Very good. Those saws were frosted. Very nice. I'm hitting complete, and Mario doesn't freeze. He's very good at dealing with cold environments, but, you know, whatever. Go ahead and confirm for me. Ida, you're up. Ida, you know what to do. Ida's pretty much always good for it. Always on the ball and all that. Ida, go ahead and say the word, and, you know, we'll have the requisite normal amount of tries. It's gonna be a fun weekend, I think, with that whole Wind Waker randomizer starting off. And then after that, the whole week, we'll see. You know, I will say that if there's a Nintendo Direct on, like, Tuesday or whatever, I think I would like to do a stream reacting to it. You know, just in case there's, like, Mario Maker 3 or something. And also, you know, given that unemployed, I can totally just take the morning and do that. And if we do, maybe we'll do Wind Waker randomizer on another day. But I do want to finish this Wind Waker randomizer by the time that DK64 is starting. So, you know, look at that calendar and just sort of shuffle things around in your mind, I guess. We'll see. We'll see what they announce. We'll see when it is. We'll see how it goes. This one. This is the one we said was Helmetworthy now. Yeah, cannot wait for Mario Maker 3. Man, if Mario Maker 3 is this year, that'll be lovely. This shit Helmetworthy. Let's go ahead and get some helmets and all that. I am declaring as of now that the new rule for helmets as far as Super World goes is if we fail it on our first attempt, we can come back with helmets on a second attempt from then on out, so long as we remember that the level was defeated us once. And we, in so doing, judge it to be helmet-worthy.
Oh no!
This is helmet-worthy for sure. I'm going to I wanna do this. So let's give it the helmets and do the thing. Ida, you're cool. You're good. I mean, I'll say, like, maybe we might not need helmets at all. Maybe it's less helmet-worthy than I let on. We got to a checkpoint, but also Look at that. What is that? Oh, I think if you jump just right, we won't have to deal with those springies at all. Okay, good. It's not that complicated. It's not that involved. All right.
Oh, no.
Close, close. We're getting it. We're getting it. We're getting it. I think we're going to finish this. I think we're doing this.
Oh, no.
Gotta fall. Gotta fall. Ida says, snowman, or looks like a guy with a scarf, which is a good enough sign for me that Ida is here. Fantastic, perfect. I wanted to get in faster. I was being a little impatient. Also, you know, when I get to the part of the stream where I don't have cards left, I'm kind of out of topics to like vamp with and to like stall with. Hype Warm is the name of that emote on the Twitch side. Now that the YouTube side just sees the words Hype Warm, I now know what emotes are called when they are used in chat. Hype Warm indeed. I don't use that many of the standard Twitch emotes. I prefer custom ones from channels that I love, or my own.
Oh,
Shout out to all my lovely emotes that I got. I got a lot of lovely emotes. Wow, wow, look at all these lovely emotes. Oh, I like it a lot, Marcus. I like this level a lot. A little precise, but not that precise. It's definitely helmet-worthy. All right, all right. Here, we need to fall very carefully, and then jump very shortly. What is this? Why are there blocks there? Does that mean anything? It does not. We did it! And it only took us 1, 2, 3, 4 additional tries. All right, all right. Very nice. I think this is 6% level. Maybe less helmet worthy than I thought from that first attempt. We did get it back 40% level. I don't know what the clear rate of that level is. It's hard to know with Super Worlds. I think a second try helmets makes sense as a good rule of thumb that will be that'll do us well in the future. I think that for sure. Like, just as a rule of thumb, just if we die once, second time on Super World helmets. I did consider, like, if Super World, oh wow, it is like a 7%, or now a 6, we raised it a good deal, I think, by finishing it. It is definitely higher. It, you know, with Super Worlds, we can't know what the clear rate is, so we have to use other heuristics, and that's why bonus heads have always been offered for Super Worlds. Helmet worthy is a debatable thing, and I think we should continue working this out over the next, like, 10 years of streaming. Assuming we're still doing this exact format in 10 years. I would assume that. Why not? Why wouldn't I be? I'm hidden complete. Thank you, Ida. That was lovely. That, I liked it a lot. Honestly, part of me kind of wanted to change it so that helmets were just given to Super Worlds by default, because there totally might be Super Worlds entirely composed of helmet levels, but like helmet-worthy levels, but we can't know. So I think just bonus heads by default, and then if it's if we go around the loop once, then we go to the helmets. And I think that's a perfectly fine heuristic without like actually checking the goddamn clear rate and, you know, knowing for sure what we should or shouldn't get. That's the thing. In Super Worlds, we never know what we should be getting, so we just default to bonus heads. Okay, okay. You do what you want. Is this it, Marcus? I think I already got this one. I believe you are up. I think we might want to switch yours, in which case, just tell me, which one do you want me to do? And I will do it. Which, what's the helmet one? Let me see. We've apparently played that one before. Let me see what we got here. Where did the ground go? That's not helmets. That's not helmet percent. Which one do you want? Please give a suggestion. Go down, it's called different rooms. Okay. Okay, this one is actually, by percentage-wise, short of the metric for bonus heads, oddly enough. It just gets the bonus heads, because it's 0.4 or lower. Maybe it should be like 0.1 or like 1 or lower. I do think Helmetworthy being a very, very tough threshold is better practice-wise, but there are levels here that are not, that are tough. I guess anything under 1% is tough. I know this, but you know, yeah. This one looks easy, but it's not. I'm sure it's a thing where the deeper in we get, the more complexity there is. Oh, also that jump is just, that last jump is a real, tricky sod. Son bitch. Yeah, I think this one should be helmet worthy. Definitely some question here insofar as, like, is 0.4% too harsh of a threshold? Should the helmets be rare? And just for the hardest of the hard of the hard of the hard? I don't know. This is something that we will spend the rest of time hashing out. You know, the next 10 years, the last 100 years, there's no reason why this won't change over time. But, you know, is there a reason you chose 0.4 instead of 0.5? Well, I chose for the, around the new year, originally I think it was like it was 2% for bonus heads, and I moved that to 4%. So I figured, like, yeah, 4%, clear rate, 0.4% clear rate, kind of just like 10% of the, threshold for bonus heads. Could be 5, could be 5. Maybe something like that would make sense in the future. 0.5 is a more even number. Then again, 4 is really nice too. I like 4 a lot too. Oh, you have to think that Ryoryu, Zero, ZX, Rukar, and so on have played that level? Right, and have, like, pumped up the clear rate a little bit. A lot of the clears are we got, I honestly don't know those fellas, but, I should know more about, like, other Super Mario Maker 2 streamers. That sort of networking would probably do me well, honestly. I don't know about them, but they sound like there's some real Sunrakus, you know, in, the parlance that, in a certain parlance. Sunraku is the character from Shangri-La Frontier who's just like a god gamer. Got you can't account for god gamers, honestly. Alright, I'm hitting dismiss. That should be, you know, get enough little Timmies in there. That will absolutely drop the 0, pretty much. Telepath. Telepath is next. Telepath, please confirm if Telepath hasn't said anything in a minute. Let me scroll up for a second. No Telepath, no Telepath. Okay, Telepath, do confirm. Yes. I'm looking forward to next week. I'm looking forward to the future in general. I mean, honestly, at this point, the main thing I feel like I'm looking forward to is just like, you know, I schedule a lot of fun streams. I schedule a lot of fun games I'm going to play. I guess, like, right now, things blend into each other one day after the next as far as most things go. And it just comes down to, like, okay, what am I doing today? Am I streaming something fun? And, yeah. I will say, I still do want to go to Cedar Point at some point. Maybe, like, next month. Once I feel like we've done enough DK, you know, I do think next month I want to go to Cedar Point, but it's so hard to just get all those details together and justify it while still, you know, starting to draw unemployment. You know, like, is this the right time? Should I wait until the world stops being shit? No, I should probably have a vacation, relax a little bit. And I got that whole season pass thing with the express purpose of, you know, spending a few days at some theme parks and making that make sense. You know, I'll say, for what it's worth, as far as all that goes, I will say that, you know, playoffs, they suck and all that, but thank you for playing my levels through, brother. You're welcome. You're welcome, Marcus. You're welcome. I will say, you know, layoffs, they suck and all that, but I will also say I, you know, was paid pretty well for the last 2 years. I was paid a lot more than I was at, like, the job before that I had. And I think I have enough buffer to, like, survive until, like, the economy recovers or whatever the fuck happens, you know? And with that in mind, like, yeah, take a vacation a little bit, you know? Honestly, part of me is just thinking, like, I think I'm going to just start applying immediately because things are fucked right now, and you gotta at least do that, but part of me just envies anyone who has actually taken a break in between jobs, you know? Has just said, like, okay, you know what? Next 2 months, fucking nothing. Just let's sleep and play video games and go on vacation. You know, that is a wonderful thing to do. If the world was any less shit, I might be tempted to just, like, you know, do an actual big trip, you know? Do an actual, like, Japan trip type thing, right? Like, when else are you gonna have, like, months to be able to say, like, okay, I don't have to go to work? When else is that going to be an option? You know, your vacation days are not that, goddammit. We're stuck here. Vacation days are not that generous, you know, you don't get that many of them. You gotta savor them. And, vacation days are not that generous, and it would make sense to take a sabbatical and to relax and to go somewhere, but things are so fucked now, I kind of feel like it's even a reach to do, you know, the slightest little one theme park trip. Just a flight and some hotels, and that, and maybe a rental car, and that alone just sounds like, ooh. You know, I guess the other thing of that is, like, if I did end up, getting another job, if there were more jobs to get, eventually, I could always just say, like, hey, you know, give me a month, you know, give me a couple weeks. Let me, go to Europe for a bit. Now that I know that money's gonna be coming in and all that. Would that be fun? That would be fun. Honestly, I do have a trip in mind to go to, like, California and do, like, 4 of the theme parks they have there at some point. Like, that might be a long trip to fit into a paid time off. And also, that might be just a good thing to do as far as, like, you know, take a couple weeks. Last time I got a new job, I thought about doing something like that, you know, thought about being like, okay, well, let's do a Japan trip right away, right before. And then the timing was such that, like, oh, I just got off of Grandpa's funeral, just flying out, you know, for that. And I'm really not in the mood to air travel again right away, actually. So, that ended up not happening, which, no, it's fine, whatever. I eventually did do a Japan trip again. But, you know, in some ways, having some time in between things is nice. An opportunity to relax and chill and stuff, but, checkpoint refreshes, and I think we need to just die to get back to the checkpoint. I could go for some, like, waffles right now. I'm kind of in a waffle mood randomly. Blah! We won't count that. We'll count that as a... Oh, actually, no, I did die. That was trying to finish the level. There was no point where I said, like, oh, we're just refreshing. The thing was, I didn't want to lose progress. Also, I'm backtracking now, so I would be losing progress if I went this way. What? What? Okay, kill me, kill me. Where is the... Don't move a muscle. In fact, hug the wall, and that is how we survive. And then we also make extra sure that the platforms don't get destroyed so that we can, you know, continue out this way. And ride the snake up hopwise. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay, that guy does not have extra... Okay, good, there is extra sword to get. Hey, come right here. Where is that guy? I want him to surface right here. That was actually the perfect place to surface. If he surfaced under there, I could, Come on, surface right here. Okay, now it doesn't matter. But, like, I would have loved to drop that on his head. That time, he surfaced, really... There we go. Lovely. Lucky those two banged into each other. Oh, it wouldn't have made a difference. A sword right there. Let's do this. Let's finish. We got, this is our last try, obviously. You might have noticed this whole try has been the last one. But, this is going so smoothly, going so well. No. Okay, okay, we're still good. We're still good. We're still good here. Oh. No, we're not. Thank you, telepath. Oh, also, I'm just realizing we should have, I didn't see, telepath didn't confirm. We should have just had two. Whatever. That's fine. It's not bad occasionally to accidentally do a little bit more. Though, should not get into the habit of that. Let's hit dismiss and take the next one from OQ6. OQ6, go ahead and confirm. Very similar name to O6I, but with different, slightly different letters. Hello, OQ6. How are you doing? Let's do this. Just 2 levels left, and then I will be done for tonight, and you all will see me on Sunday for Wind Waker. I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to DK64 and Sunshine Randomizer after that. And DK64, that's a full playthrough, by the way. This is Helmetworthy. We got Helmetworthy, folks. That's a 0% clear rate. This is an 8-4. The last level of a super world, I suppose. We got 12 tries. Let's make them, let's do it. Does not seem so bad. What's the twist? What's the evil? There's some difficult stuff, but also some very generous power-ups. How is this 0%? Is it just not that well played? I mean, we are taking hits and stuff, but we're getting power-ups for every hit we take. And that generosity is very meaningful. Very helpful. We took another hit, but again, God. again, we're able to get through, and that wasn't so bad. That big jump, and we got a checkpoint even. Some sort of boss, though. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we're getting. Okay, there's a big robot chasing us. Doesn't seem so bad. I mean, we'll see. Maybe there's no power-ups in this bit, and it's a tough survival situation. Robot is menacing. Kind of looks like Chaos from Donkey Kong Country 3. Sort of a very chaos-coded enemy. In this area, the fire bars are like scripted to a certain degree. So they're sort of, you know, more predictable. They're not as random because of the auto-scroll. Did we just beat the boss? What are we doing? Did I misunderstand something here? Was I supposed to, like, deposit the spring into the tire thing? Oh, wait. I'm still... There we go. No, we're still good. We're still good. Well, we are going to have to do that a bunch of times, but it's not that bad. And it looks like nothing's going to hit us while we're down here. So long as we don't accidentally jump into a cannonball, we're going to be good. What the hell? That sumbitch missed. Okay, there's the second hit. How many hits does this take? Kind of a lot. And they miss like half the time. Oh, but I can get myself a spike hat, maybe. If I play my cards right. Probably best to not risk it. Hit now? Oh, crap, it got blocked by a thing, and the timer is running out. Hit it. Go. We got it! Not done? Not done? Yet? There's some chain chomps, but there's an axe. We did it! Oh, there's another level. That's what that's not done is referring to. Well, shit, we first tried it. Talking to Helmetworthy, indeed. That was the first try, and that was the first clear as well. Oh, well, only one other person has tried it before, and that other person gave up. Okay. We were a little scared for nothing. Okay, I should look at how many people have played a level before I psych myself up about it. This level is for your super world? Gotcha. OQ6. Gotcha. Let me go ahead and hit complete there. And the last level of tonight is Bioshard. Bioshard, I think that's how it would be pronounced. It doesn't have all of its letters intact, so you kind of can't pronounce it. Bioshard, go ahead and confirm for me. Say anything. It is the last level of the night, it looks like. And, let's see how hard it is. Let's see what we're in for. And then I will end stream, and I will see y'all on Sunday and Friday and other days in between, and maybe for a Nintendo Direct. Not Xbox this year. Like I said earlier, I'm kind of soured on them as far as Game Pass goes and the new leadership. I don't really want to react to their press conference. I'd rather do a press conference for Nintendo. So that's what I'm going to do as the one that I do. And hey, maybe Mario Maker 3 will be there. And yeah, maybe Banjo-Kazooie will be at Microsoft and I will regret my words and deeds. I kind of doubt that. Bioshard has not confirmed. Not yet. So let's go ahead and put into sudden death. When Bioshard does confirm, it'll be we'll have 7 lives. That one I was looking away and setting things up and explaining. But also it looks like you can't get that I don't think you can get that mushroom. I don't think you can get that mushroom, so we probably have to do something else here. Oh wait, there's another mushroom that's being delivered. But I'm out of tries. So, Bioshard, I'll give you a second to confirm, but if not, that's it. Those tries went real damn fast. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Wasn't super duper hard, wasn't Helmetworthy. I'm sure if we had more tries, we could have a legitimately good shot of getting it done. But it is what it is, and you know, if Bioshard is not here, that's all I can do. I don't have any more water left, so I can't. And I'd like to drink more water now, honestly, but I guess I'll get a refill off stream when I'm done, and then drink more water that way after. Going once, going twice. All right. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss there. And looks like that's going to do it. So, let's take that bar down. Let's take the lightning round down and make me all nice and big to talk about the schedule and things of that nature. Folks, thanks for joining me this stream. It's been a lovely, lovely night as per usual. It's been a nice stream, a nice good time. We had lots to talk about, and we talked about all that in a nice, orderly fashion, and that was fun. I always enjoy that. I always enjoy the levels, and there was plenty of both to be found tonight. Let me see who's streaming right now, who I want to send y'all to. A bunch of people who are always streaming on a Friday, and I have options aplenty. Let me see. Oh, Giant Bomb is doing their Giant Bomb at Night Games Fest, Summer Games Fest podcast live show thing. I'll just send you over there. Sure, why not? That's all fine and good. I don't really listen to the Momcast as much as I once did, but I still love their content. Do watch things such as Blight Club, and other features that I think are fun, and still really love Giant Bomb. Still, and have been following some of their coverage. I watched when I said I watched Summer Games Fest. What I actually meant was I watched Giant Bomb watching Summer Games Fest. Let me be clear. I watched their react of it, which was good and fun, and I'm gonna pull it up on my end, and that'll do it. Sorry, Scratch Max, you missed the window. The raid has started. The stream is over. It's all over now. Oh wait. I haven't gone through the Cancel that. We'll raid in a second. I still have to say things like, I'll be back on Sunday for Wind Waker Randomizer max settings. Everything is randomized, including freestanding rupees, which is a very new thing to be able to randomize within Wind Waker Randomizer. So that'll be fun. I'm expecting that to last multiple streams, so I have put aside time on Tuesday and Wednesday to play more. I will say if there is a Nintendo Direct on Tuesday or Wednesday, I will move that all around to accommodate Nintendo. I want to do a react. I want to do a me watching to it. Me watching the Nintendo Direct type stream. And also I'll play a video game at the same time in case it's boring. That'll be also probably next week, maybe, if it happens next week. I will also say that viewer levels will be on Fridays as per usual, and next Friday will be no exception. And additionally, Donkey Kong 101% will be starting in like a week and a half on Monday nights. And there's some other streams as well. Coming up in the future. You can see them all on the lovely, lovely calendar there. And, you know, you can see that a bunch of Wind Waker, a bunch of DK64 101%, some a Grow Home, Grow Up doubleheader, Sunshine randomizer. And I'll say, it's possible we might end up doing more DK64 if it turns out that it's going to take like 10 streams to do it. I might end up like doubling up and doing 2 per week or something. We'll see what happens there, but those are all the stuff that I have planned right now for this month. Everything that's coming up right now that I can know for sure when we're doing, how that's going to go. I'm looking forward to all that. I hope you are too. And yeah, let me get that raid in actually. Let me get that raid back in, and we'll send the Twitch people off and all that. And I'll send y'all the giant bomb, like I said, who are talking about gaming news and all that. Bioshard, you just missed your level. And the queue is not open for people who are already got one in any case, so yeah. Enjoyed the level. It was interesting. It was hard, I think? It's been a minute, and I've already forgotten, as I do. Anyway, that's going to do it for tonight, folks. I'll see you on Sunday for Wind Waker. Probably multiple times that week for Wind Waker. Maybe a Nintendo Direct, whenever that is. We'll see. And on Friday for the viewer levels. Next Friday is when there will be more viewer levels. DK64 will be the following week. There'll be a bunch of stuff after that. Give your love to the VOD and to the short form if you like. I will see y'all on Sunday. Sunday. All right. Good night, folks.